favour say aye. Aye. Carry, thank you. Items not on the agenda. You'll see that an additional late submission has been received from John Howard on 2 submissions. I'll move to accept the additional late submission. Second, Councillor Lees, Councillor Winters. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Thank you, councillors. Declarations of conflict of interests in terms of today's submissions. Thank you. Hearing schedule. Some advised that our first submitter is not here yet, so we're going straight through to Anaru Verka, representing Ngāi Iwi Authority. Welcome.
Ai ki konei ki te whakapōti nā tu whakaro ki ngaitai. E whakamara mai ko e tahi o nā kōpio. Good morning, councillors. Probably the first thing I need to declare is that I'm on leave. So that I'm able to represent my iwi as the chair of my authority. And I'm happy to just briefly touch on some of the key points in the submission that we have provided the council. There are basically 2 submission points. One of them has a couple of options in there for you to consider. Just a bit of background. Our cousins to the west and to the east of us, one is ready to have their empowering legislation passed through Parliament this year, that's the Whakapōia. And the other on our eastern boundary is the whānau Apanui, and we're going through a ratification process. We're the lucky ones that sit in the middle of those 2 big cousins of ours. But we are also in the process of engaging with the Crown in our treaty settlement, and that process started last year, at the end of last year. So we're at the point now where we're talking about some of the, I guess, the key components of what will be part of our negotiations with them. We also have engaged with Te Mana, our assets, our fishing assets, back to Ngāi Iwi Authority. We were in abeyance since 2015, and the new trust board was elected in November 2022. So there's been around 7 years of no traffic coming through the authority. The authority wasn't there. The last 2 years has been for our trust board about reconciling the past 7 years. And as you can appreciate, when you haven't been keeping abreast of your financial records, there can be a bit of a mission. But happy to say that we're ready to present audited accounts to our iwi over those 7 years, and that we're starting from ground zero, hopefully as of June this year. Turning to the submission, as I mentioned, there are 2 key submissions. One is around, it's about seeking a partnership with council, and that is one, understanding where Ngāi Tai by having an FTE allocated to us. There's an opportunity for council to understand our capacity, our tracking, what our relationships are like with whānau Apanui, Te Whakapōia, Aitanga, Hauiti, and whānau Kai to the east. This is because we have received funding from central government, a couple of funding initiatives from MB, from Kaimwana, focused on climate change, freshwater management. So we're not seeking anything in addition to that, but looking forward. Basically, those are the first two submission points. The last one, or the the first submission point. The second one is about the treaty. Yeah, as we're all aware, current national beginning the Treaty of White, not here to debate the issues. What I'm simply saying is our position on that is the treaty is an international agreement between two nations, found in England and Māori in New Zealand. We understand that there is domestic law that has taken the principles of the treaty and galvanized it into our statutory framework. Those two things, for Ngātai, are separate. Treaty is in arrangement with the Crown. Having said that, we are law-abiding citizens and we understand the scope in which local government operates. So it's within that scope and in relation to the Treaty of Waitangi, I'd like to develop a statement on behalf of the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. Local government operates within a statutory framework. I say this simply because the first submission point is galvanized upon the point of relationships. And the relationship between local government or the Crown is centred on treaty. Our relationship should be developed on that understanding of where each partner sits. So our partnership is going to be something that we need to discuss. And that's not about providing more resources or more money as such, but it's about understanding where we're heading. Also in the same position, we're also in a similar position with the folks. Prior to those settlements, about our overlapping interests. And they were secured through those settlements. So they recognise Ngātai's overlapping interests are recognised, recognise Ngātai's interest as the whakatore. It's a partnership between whānau. Our partnership with you, hopefully through discussion, maybe along the same lines, but it'll be centred upon how we can look up how we can contribute as a community towards some of the outcomes that this council has stated. And basically, that's all I have to say. And happy to take
Yes. Manise, Councillor Eke.
Thank you, Anaru. Question I'm going to ask you is to do with on Port of Tauranga, where you raised the possibility of tangata whenua other than Māori being able to purchase shares. That in relation to shares that might be held for whenua purchase. But it made me think that there are some very wealthy iwi from around the country who may just be wanting to buy shares in their own right in the commercial sense. And I'd just like to understand what mana whenua's position might be, or Bay of Plenty iwi's position might be, if they discover through sale of the port shares that we have a major shareholder that is iwi from somewhere else in New Zealand, and what that would mean to our Bay of Plenty iwi.
absolutely. I'm not here to speak on behalf of Tonga. even though Ngaitai does have whakapapa connections into speak on behalf of mana whenua there. From simply raising is that there is a bit of caution should be applied when considering those economically, those that have wherewithal to be able to make decisions around the economic future of the port, which is pretty central to the economic welfare of. There is the issue around then what status does mana whenua have that will not be able to purchase. Understand the proposal around some form of preferential shares. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about shares that are put out. Other iwi majors become available. When you take a look at, and again, I reiterate, I'm not speaking on behalf of Tauranga One. Still waiting, they are still waiting for the important final settlement. And these issues around relationships, even there, are going to be interesting, depending on what the outcome is going to be for council. But another layer of economic opportunity over the top of that, that is also something that needs to be considered carefully. The last thing I'll say about that is golden goose, if I put it that way, Tauranga is the golden goose, so that it has other benefits other than what we're talking about in terms of nothing. It's a way in which you can some of the burden that's going to be paid on. Oh, it's also quite prudent. But all their point was perhaps council need to consider these things as well.
Sweetie.
Kia ora, tēnā koe, Morena, e me kawana kia koutou Ngaitai, tēnā koe anaru mō tēnei ata. So I need to stop my thunder a little bit. That was my question was around the mana whenua as well, and as we all know, we have some of our bigger iwi entities that can come and invest in these areas, and what Ngaitai's position was on that. Also, I'm just interested also though with regards, because as you said, Ngaitai is a small iwi between two big cousins on either side. With regards to how use the relationships, what are the biggest challenges for Ngaitai being in between Whakatōhine and Te Whānau Wapinui with regards to, I guess, your relationship with us, but also with other government organisations, just that whole, I guess, ecosystem that you have to exist within?
In the position the Ngaitai Iwi Authority and our negotiating team to us is the whakapapa that we share between Whanau and. To give you an example, one of the most illustrious chiefs in the Whakatōhia, his name was Tutamari. He was conceived at the back of our marae.
I want to know. Too much information.
Adult conversation.
I wasn't heading in that direction.
Family show,
and there are other interconnections through whakapapa that we have. We have Rogers living in Torere who are Rogers and Williams who live in Torere who are, and same with Whakatōhia. So in terms of relationships, one of our key goals is to ensure that we even though we're into a Crown designed process, what's important to us is that we maintain our relationships with our whanaunga. When you talk about the rau kumara, and we all know that Whanau Apanui got a lot of money from the previous government, the system with looking after them, the rau kumara. The rau kumara is like the backbone through Whanau Apanui, Ngai Pai, Te Whakatoria, Taitanga, Taitanga, Whanau Kai, and so it's the backbone, and we all share interest. So the whenua knows that, but we just have to remind ourselves as the human element in it, that's also part of it as well. We didn't create the lines in the sand. Like when you talk about overlapping interests, and then you draw a line on a map to see how it overlaps. Well, actually, there's another description that goes on in there. Whether one is ahikara over certain years, that's a different story altogether. We're talking about two different things. So our ahikara, we know what our ahikara is. Our mana whenua, we know what our mana whenua is. But our whakapapa, we also know what that is. So it's taking all those matters into account. Sure, if I can say what you council needs to do into those relationships. Very dynamic. It's very, very dynamic along the East Coast. So whatever happens in Whanau Apanui, go through Ngai Tai into the over the road.
Kia ora, Anaru, could I thank you for your submission? We need to move on. Thanks very much. Councillors, your next submitted is Ruben Aroa. Half of Te Runanga o Ngāti Awa. That is grade 438. Ruben. What's yours, Ruben?
Tūtapa, mai kaua, ko te kaua nui ko te kaua roa. O ruru mai hea I tuku mai pau, au hoki te aniwaniwa. Ko I ruru tā ki te toe nuku, ko I ruru tā ki te toe rangi. Amoa kua ruru taku rama. Ko te rama nā wai, ko te rama nā tū. Ka ruru ke hia, ka ruru ki wai o riki, ka ruru ki wai o raka. E kapiti kape tā, kape mahu ki te maranga I tua. Iau e kia eke tangaroa, eke panuku, haumie uie, tai ki e. Orena. That tauparapara that I just shared with you is over 1,000 years old. It was used on the migration from Hawaii here to Aotearoa, in Whakatane. And on the halfway over, the Mātātua waka joined two other waka, the Haupo, and also the Aotea at the Kermadec Trench. As they decided to meet there, the ocean would turn rough on them. They decided that they needed to embark quickly and continue with the voyage. As they left, the Kuru Haupo would become stricken on the reef, the Kermadec Trench and the Mātātua waka, navigated by my chief and captain Roa, move in to pick many of those people up from the Kuruhaupo and bring them aboard the Mātātua Waka and continue the journey of Aotearoa. As they were fighting the heavy seas, Roa used their tauparapara to strengthen the waka, to remind everyone on the voyage where they were heading to had much purpose and had much meaning for our people, and that we needed to stay focused on the mission. And I've shared that with you all this morning, is that there are rough waters currently, politically, economically, and I think that the message I'd like you all to take before I talk to my submission, our submission as Ngāti Awa, is that we are here to help. We are here to achieve. We are here to pick up anyone along the way that chooses to join us on our journey as well. I'd like to start by just reinforcing the first point. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, regional councillors, for the support that your executive have shown Ngāti Awa over the last year. That has been demonstrated by the shared services. We have been working collaboratively with the HR services. What they have done there is enabled us to strengthen the capability within our whare, and at the same time we have been able to share valuable insights for Fiona's executive team to help them navigate what I would call at times stormy waters. I'd also like to allude to Project Future Proof as another example of success. Stage 1 is well and truly on its way, and that is the symbol of the collaborative success between Regional Council Te Tiruranga o Ngāti Awa and the Hapu of Ngāti Awa. I'd also like to point out the most recent email that I've received around the approval of negotiations for the West Wing. On behalf of Te Tiruranga o Ngāti Awa, I'd like to convey our sincere gratitude for the opportunity to negotiate an outcome that will ensure that not only Ngāti Awa moves forward and drives change, but can also demonstrate what else we can do within the community with the support of Regional Council. We are very excited about where the relationship is going. All the signals so far is that not only is it improving, but we need to continue to build on. There are 3 points I would like to finish off with. The first one is not only is it going well so far, we need to continue to build the capacity and sustain it going forward. The political environment that we exist in is becoming more and more complex. We can help this council understand what that means for iwi. In a reciprocal manner, I believe that can also happen with council to Ngāti Awa. There are some procurement processes that we would like more visibility on in the future. We would also like to suggest that another great example of collaboration could also be done in the creation of a Taiao hub within the Eastern Bay of Plenty, given the amount of economic stimulus that is about to come beyond us from the east in the agriculture industry, in the south, and also in the west in the Rangiuri business hub. We are going to be inundated and we're going to need support to help us deal with that economic output. We want to continue the collaboration and partnership based on the principles of Tiriti o Waitangi. We believe there is value there for Regional Council to continue that with us, and we're very pleased with what we've seen so far through your Māori strategy that you currently have, and we'd like to see that continue. And the last point I'd like to make on that point around cultural inclusivity, and also respect for culture. That was a beautiful language. If you look across the world, there are many host nations that speak 2 or 3 languages. I myself, somebody who grew up in the 70s without my identity, starting to learn that within Saviti. I've learned a lot about the European language. I've learned a lot about the European ways and capitalism. I'm now starting to learn my own culture, and I'm telling you now, you should join me. A lot of value and beauty within it. So I implore you to continue the use and incorporation of Te Reo Māori with all your documents, and also continuing to foster cultural inclusivity across the organisation to demonstrate you are still with us. Without regional authorities and local authorities embracing our culture, we are on our own. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you all today on behalf of Noah. Again, I would like to finish off by saying thank you for the support for the last 1.5 years. It was noticeable, and we're benefiting from that support.
Hello, Ruben. Councillors, Councillor Reti.
Ora, ata ware I te rangatira, o tira tēnā koutou a Ngāti Awa, he mihi kawana tēnei kia koe, kia koutou mo tō kaha, o tō kōrero tēnei ata e hoa. Thank you for your submission, and thank you for the strength of the submission, and for your appreciation of the work that we have built, of the work that we have built together. It's quite often councils sit here in the hearings waiting to get the bash. It is good to hear that we are doing some great work, and we really appreciate that. Nō reira, tēnā koe. Just a little question around your point number 6 in your submission around recording time expenditure by iwi Māori. We often talk here, I know, about engagement fatigue that iwi have. Have you got a kind of an idea or a framework in mind? Because you're saying that it's about forming a baseline so that I guess we get an understanding of the kind of time, and rather than just going, oh, you guys are getting lots of fatigue because we are trying to engage or utilize you as, which are largely volunteer groups. What sort of idea do you have in mind in terms of a framework for that?
Sure. Look, I need to answer that in a couple of pieces. So the first thing, my experience coming out of Auckland, I spent prior to coming home and working for spent almost 10 years in the middle of Auckland politics, working with Auckland Transport, Auckland Council, and the Transport Network. No one gets paid to turn up to meetings for nothing. Sorry, no one gets paid nothing to turn up to meetings is what I'm saying. Everyone is on the clock. So as a principle, we need to understand if we're not going to do that, then we need to be far more efficient with engage. Engagement fatigue is real. For example, with Project Future Proof, one of the pieces of advice I've given that project team is don't engage us until you actually know what to do. Don't engage us until you know you have the budget. Don't engage us until you have a firm concept. Now, if I was to then say, look, we would like to put all our time on the clock, then I'm quite sure project people will start to then sit back and go, okay, so if I have to pay Ruben $400 an hour every time he comes to a hill, I better think about how many times we want to bring him in. And it's really that concept I need the council and the management team to consider, that come to the table and you draw us in, you are distracting us from our future. The resources to do it all, but we do recognise the role we play from statutory obligation. And look, I started with the amount of support we're getting. Fair to say that some of it is reciprocal in terms of cost. I just would like the principle that our time costs us. Think about it, please.
Kia ora. I wanted to ask about your point 3, which is where you reference Te Arauputama, and you call it the proposed Toinuana LTP Māori outcome. We've had quite a discussion about this. My perception is it's not just a Māori outcome. That 2 of the goals specifically reference community as well, the rest of our communities. So I just and I acknowledge there are 2 goals specifically relating to Māori and our relationship with Māori. But I just wondered what your perception is around your relationship with the wider community, as opposed to just with the Bay of Plenty Regional Council.
I think the first thing is you're a regional authority. We are an iwi authority. First of all, I'd like to see us as a mana and mana relationship. Where other communities sit beyond that is something that we need to have dialogue about. How you would like us to interact with the Whakatane community when it comes to Project Future Proof is something that our 2 organisations as authorities should discuss. Now, I instinctively know that we need to relate to Whakatane far better than what has been done in the past. I just know that. Everyone sees us as roadblocking. Everyone sees us as either being treated with advantage by other authorities, when really it's legally stated that this interaction has to happen. So we have to share that responsibility about how we relate as authorities to the community. It cannot be just put on us. From time to time, it would be great for councillors to advocate for us. And I think it's that type of relationship that will give the communities that we serve a far better perspective, and then we're able to relate at another level with them.
Councillor Shuley.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Reuben, thank you for the submission. Very full. I'd just like clarification. I understood you to say that in your view, there's too much poorly focused consultation from the regional council. And it's very important that we get that right, because it's obviously a distraction and a cost to your iwi, and it's obviously a huge cost to the ratepayer. So could you just clarify that what I understood to be an excess of poorly focused consultation?
Well, I think it's really around an evolution and an improvement. It's about continuous improvement. So the first thing is no engagement. Then we go to just engagement. Then we go to a lot of engagement. And now that as we've learned and we evolve, we need to be far more accurate with engagement. That's really my point. And this is like just the basic philosophy of continuous improvement and increasing our efficiency with engagement rather than it being poor. But we need to start somewhere, you know, and I think the Regional Council has done a great job in trying to engage. I'd like to think that the iwi could have done better from time to time. I want to acknowledge that. But I'm here to resolve that. And that's what I'm really alluding to, is it's about continuous improvement. It's not about anyone's done anything poor. I think there's opportunity, like the government are currently doing, save on cost.
Councillor White.
Tēnā koe he te rangatira, Reuben, koutou, ngā te awa, kei te miha tuki a koutou. Apologies, Reuben, that I can't be there in person. Family, whānau priorities at this present time. Just following up on Te Arauputama, we've actually put there in the submission, in the LTP, how we plan to, I guess, implement Te Arauputama. I'm just interested in your definition of Te Arauputama. What would be Ngāti Awa's definition of Te Arauputama? I mean, we have said and put it there as the pathways to excellence. How would you define it? Because I think it's important from an iwi perspective. How do you define Te Arauputama?
Yeah, the literal explanation is exactly how you've said it. Is really, it's this continual elevation to learn more, right, and to attain more knowledge, which then allows us to actually do more and understand each other at greater detail. So that's what Te Arapautama is for, means to me. But that kaupapa should really be driven by this organisation in using Te Arapautama in a way where the knowledge of Māori and how we think independently as different iwi can actually help you. So if I was to be standing on the outside and say, what does success look like in Te Arapautama for regional council? And that's that they see the intricacies and the differences between all iwi, right? And through that, they gain higher perspectives and knowledge of how we operate and how we think. Project Future Proof has really been some of the hurdles we've come across has really been about understanding, both on our side and also with people who are running the project. Demonstrated that once we can get that right, and use Te Arapautama as a principle, great things can happen.
Kia ora.
Ruben, one last one from me. Your submission number 12 about Taioha, you mentioned an Eastern Bay. Is that referring or inferring that there would be an Eastern Bay Taioha in your vision, which includes your cousins, Whakataina, Whanawapanui, or is it specifically Ngāti Awa focused?
Yeah, I would like to think that at some stage, all the Eastern Bay iwi are currently negotiating as a collective on many different fronts. Excuse me. So it would make sense that at some stage, because what I'm identifying is the environmental skill sets are very rare. So you need an iwi perspective, you need a legislation perspective, and then you need to tie that all together with the RMA, right? And unique skills. And to find the right balance, I believe that we need to share resources like that. I would invite the initiation of a Taioha hub to start off with. I would like Ngāti Awa to lead that first, and then invite other users to utilize that. I'm not too sure at this stage what the levels of incentive work in particular would be needed across the Eastern Bay in the future. I don't have a line of sight for other iwi. But I'm going to make the assumption based on what I'm seeing in the agriculture alone, we are going to get inundated sooner rather than later. So we'd really like to have a mechanism and a framework for dealing with that concurrently so we can get on with our own future-facing business.
Thanks, Ruben. Thanks for your submission. Very clear, set out submission.
Thanks for the opportunity.
All right. Councillors, your next emitter is Hayden Johnson. Hayden, would you like to come up on behalf of Whakataane Sport Fishing Club? Your hard copy is page 650 on your it's 122.
Hayden Johnson, President of the Whakataane Sport Fishing Club, also on the board of the New Zealand Sport Fishing Council, which represents legacy of the New Zealand Sport Fishing Council, Marine Research Foundation, representing today to discuss a safety issue that we've seen recently with the removal of a service from our bar crossing procedures in Whakataane. Presentation there, and basically what this is about is the Environment Bay of Plenty Bay of Plenty Regional Council have been supporting a bar crawling procedure for many years since they took it over from the Whakataane District Council. This service has been in place since prior to the Whakataane Coast Guard being placed in place. A group called the Cutter Group used to look after safety in this area, and they put this procedure into place. The Whakataane bar crawling, what it was all about. So the Maritime Safety Officer or contractors were given the opportunity to review bar conditions in Whakataane and therefore give advice to voties as to whether or not crossing the bar was recommended. It's an advisory as opposed to a it's an advisory as opposed to a rule, and that advisory also included the sideline that it was up to any skipper to choose at their own time whether or not to cross the bar. That service and witnessing in Wakatani, for us, you can see here the Wakatani Channel. It's, if you all know that Wakatani Channel, it is quite dangerous. It is it has claimed many vessels over many years, but bar calling service reduced that risk considerably and saw a major reduction in the number of incidents that happen on the Wakatani Bar. As my 2 point, I live at Thornton. When I moved to Thornton some 43 years ago, my father and I got thrust into a rescue service that we didn't expect to do, to be part of. And we rescued countless people from the water at Thornton. We were having double figure instances per annum. At the time, the service was already running in Wakatani, and we discussed with the harbour master at the time about extending that call to include Thornton, and just a general conversation, a general suggestion that this was to all other bars in the area would like to be in the same condition. The impact of that was immediate. We have had virtually no incidents on the Thornton Bar for over 20 years. Clear, precise, definitive change, just by providing an excellent quality service that this council was supportive of. It's now been removed, and we're just waiting to see what the results of that are. There was no consultation with us. As the Wakatani Sport Fishing Club, we have 3,000 members. There was no consultation with us at all about whether this service was required to be maintained. If you can read the top email there, I did an OIA request about information pertaining to this. That email there clearly indicates that the consultation with the Wakatani Coast Guard was designed to be minimal and designed to evade any inquisition as to why they wanted to change. I've been advised through various means about through this council and through the harbour master about the reasons why. Okay, and one of the main outstanding factors is a legal obligation that this council may occur if somebody was injured on the bar when the bar had been called, and so their advice after giving the advice, somebody may have still got into trouble. Now, there is no evidence of this. There's no legal precedent set anywhere. There is no evidence that's been provided to me through the OIA Act or being requested by me from the harbour master. There's nothing. There is nothing at all that substantiates any argument that there is a legal responsibility. I personally went and spoke with an appeal court judge, explained the situation, and their answer was that they couldn't see how anybody could ever be charged with anything of giving an advisory of this type. So I struggle with that as being the main reason why this service has been pulled. It has a very small cost. The cost on your budget is $50,000. $50,000 to save lives and give an advisory that is used by, as you'll see with our survey results. We surveyed our 3,000 members. 94% of our members use the service. The survey undertaken by Environment Bay Plenty Regional Council surveyed 106 people, and as you'll see, hardly anyone wants it, hardly anyone's used it. How can we be so polar apart? We are completely opposite end of the spectrum as to who wants and who uses the service. Unfortunately, that indicates that there was a drive to remove the service without consultation and generating information that was suited the rhetoric at the time. Unfortunately, as you can see, that's pretty much what that tells us. So one of the analogies I use about this is stopping the bar calling procedure. The words are that it's going to make it safer. Okay, this is the rhetoric that we get back. It's going to be safer by not providing this service, because then individuals can make their own decision on whether or not to cross the bar. And if you use the same analogy as variable speed signs and going over the coal-mines, imagine if we decided it was better to have a webcam and a weather report, and those are the two tools that you got to use to decide how fast you drive over the coal-mines. Well, it's ridiculous, right? That's ridiculous. But here we are. We have expert advice available and experts within our region who can make these calls and say the bar is probably not suitable. Okay, it's workable with caution, unworkable, or most is the words they use. It's just very, very simple service, and it's still up to the skipper to decide at the end of the day whether they want to use that bar. But if that advisory comes out and you're sitting at home, you hear that the advisory, you think, well, I'm not going to put the boat on the trailer. I'm not going to take the risk. I'm not going to go to all the trouble of driving to Whakatane to have a look at the bar conditions. You're just going to make the call to stay at home and mow the lawns, right? But that's the analogy, right? That's the analogy. Compare it to road safety. Why would we not give advice? Why would we remove advisories because somebody feels there's a risk to their own, there's a risk legally to the council, which we can't find. So basically this is just a call to action. I would like this council to reconsider their position. I understand that it is not the elected representatives' decision that has been made to change this bar calling procedure. But I would like them to reconsider this and consider it as something that is highly necessary for this community. The value that river bar has for this community is immense. It's the income that comes from that. And if we start seeing incidences increase on that bar because we have removed a perfectly good service, then how is that going to impact us financially? Because people will not want to use the bar. People won't come here. We will lose things like we've had the Surtees fishing competition come back to town after several years away. 4 boats nearly capsized on the bar because that was just at the very beginning of the removal of the service. Whereas had that service been in place, they would have considered the bar conditions and maybe deferred timing around tides and things like that. But there's nothing. We don't have a tide call anymore. That's really quite a crazy situation that we had such a fantastic service for 35, 40 years, and now we don't have one. It doesn't make any sense at all. It's just another tool in the toolbox, okay? Well, people do have to make their own decisions. I completely get that, and everyone is more than accepting of the fact that education and training is vital to improve people's safety when crossing river bars in our area. But this is one tool in the toolbox that costs very, very little, takes very little time, and we have the people already employed to do it. So why don't we take it away? Yeah, so that's just a recapping. Just a point to ponder at one of the rivers in our area that has a webcam that uses the same service without bar calling is the Kaituna. The Kaituna River has had multiple tip outs, several fatalities during the same time that when we're having bar calling in Whakatane, and we haven't had the same incidents. Surely this is just a very simple indicator that the Kaituna is just down the road. It still has problems. It is very similar to Thornton. It is very similar to Hiwa, or to a certain extent. Why would we not expand the service? Right? This is a fantastic opportunity to expand our service, not retrench. Why run away? Why run away and be scared of potential consequences when you're supplying such an excellent service? Right? Don't run away. Be scared of it. Stand up in front and push it forward.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Sorry, thanks, Hayden. Time for one question. Yes, Councillor.
Oh, Hayden, I see there's other organisations' logos on your presentation. Are you submitting on behalf of all of them as well?
I'm submitting. I'm on the board of the New Zealand Sport Fishing Council, which represents those other organisations, which is Legacy included. Okay, and the board has given me authority to speak, and they support our submission. And the Wapatani Sport Fishing Club is my mates.
What was the name of the board you want?
Sport Fishing Council.
Thanks very much, Hayden. Well researched presentation. Councillors, your next presenter is Mate Heitia from the Rika Charitable Trust. So this is one of the SIF applications. So the SIF application folder, copy of 118. SIF 8.
Wanted to photograph.
Gary, you ready to go? Yeah. So councillor, we've got Gary Runston presenting as an individual, copy 419, IND 71. Gary.
Okay, councillors, thank you for the opportunity for me to speak to my submission. As Doug said, it's I'm speaking as an individual. So my submission, first point about your point 1, public transport. I choose neither option. I think public transport should be more user pays and not through targeted rates at all. The paragraph in the consultation document shows fares only represent 6% of the funding for 2024 transport, and target rates is 42%, which does not seem very fair. Having to bolster the funds from targeted rates suggests very few people actually use the service or services. Personally, I've never used the services, but I often see hopper buses in various parts of Wapatani. Frequently, the bus looks empty, or at least a very small number of passengers on board. The exception of school buses, which I believe are a different fleet. There may be some routes that are well patronised in this or other regions. Routes and the patronages of routes scrutinised frequently and adequately enough to evaluate the viability of continuing that service. At what level of patronage is a route deemed to be profitable? Local drivers stated they can drive an entire route with no passengers. Large buses driving around with low or no passengers cannot be good for our environment. And I thought maybe in Rotorua or Tauranga it was more viable. I happened to be over in Tauranga 2 weeks ago, 2 days, and I saw the same thing, very low patronage of some of the buses you could see through, some you couldn't see through the windows, but it certainly looked low. I suspect at times of going to work and at the end of the day it might be different, but there seems to be a hell of a lot of low patronage, and the fact that 6% of the funding comes from fares seems quite balanced. The document also mentions transitioning towards a zero emission fleet to ensure less exposure to the uncertainties of fuel prices and bus driver wages. Well, surely bus drivers' wages will remain until we have the driverless vehicles. As for fuel prices, we now have road user charges for zero emission vehicles coming in, which will counter it or at least offset any potential savings. Maintenance costs for zero emission vehicles is also well unknown as fleets age. I guess if I had to choose, then option 2, which has the lowest rate for Wapatani, would be my choice. Proposal 2, the proposed sell down of Port of Tauranga shares.
Excuse me, Gary, I just warn you, if you're going to read all this, you're going to run out of time. So you choose what you want, and this is the timing you run to here.
Okay. So I choose option 1, the quote. My reasoning, it would appear that holding the large shareholding Ports of Tauranga has served the regional council and ratepayers well over the years. Doug Leader, Beacon article 27th of 5th 22 stated quayside savings of $347 per household. The document states for this year, that was in 2022, savings of $380 per household. So it is increasing. Now we have advice from financial experts that the current investment portfolio is inconsistent with managing an intergenerational fund. Why do they say this? Okay, so I'll just dwell on. So in the document, it says that council independent advisors suggest that a portion of the proceeds should be used to pay back 200 million. Council had used to help pay for regional infrastructure. Page 19, the proceeds of the sale would be used to repay the 200 million preference shares if required. I'm assuming it's the same value that they're talking about, the perpetual preference shares referred to as regional infrastructure. Then over the page, it has a description of the perpetual reference shares. Page 21 has, it will consider whether to repay the perpetual preference shares. And then on page 23, it also says future consideration of whether to pay the perpetual preference shares. So it leaves you questioning what actually are they going to do with the money. I've only got 30 seconds left. Opportunities for regional parks. I don't think that we should investigate new opportunities for regional parks. In the Bay of Plenty, we already have such great beaches to visit and numerous locations where there are walkways and bushwalks to explore natural beauty. General comments, looking to increase rates on an annual basis seems to be something that regional councils and district councils take as entitlement. Many ratepayers are already struggling financially, coping with increased mortgage rates, rising costs of infrastructure, etc., insurance, etc. The financial strategy on page 29 says will ensure we keep rates affordable. That's somewhat of a nebulous statement without defining affordable or linking it to a measurable target. Time up, Doug. Setting a rate increase and then expecting ratepayers to just be able to pay up is harsh. Generally, wage rates in the sector are around 1 to 3%, and we're looking at a higher percentage for rates increase. I know there are different payment options available, but at the end of the day, rates struck have to be paid. Many ratepayers have to adjust their priorities in order to meet rate payments. I heard of a young family. This area is we've got rivers, we've got oceans, swimming pools, etc. I think it's very important for young kids to learn water confidence and water safety. I heard of a young family, or spoke to a young guy who's had to pull his kids out of water safety confidence lessons at the swimming pool because of the affordability of it, with increases that he's having to face to keep his family alive. I think that's very sad. Have you asked staff for feedback on cost savings within the organisation? Do you need the large fleet of vehicles you operate? Is the specialised type of vehicle some individuals use actually necessary? Many vehicles can be seen parked up all day around regional council offices. Could there be more opportunities to share vehicles? A bit more, the Wakatani River Marina, I understand it's not a regional council project, but regional council will become involved as it affects other aspects of your core business. If the marina proceeds in a planned location, I suspect it is going to require a lot of resource from regional council in some way, shape or form. The roading network, as an example, will be impacted, especially if the trailer boat ramp is located to the marina. Ongoing river maintenance will be required in the form of dredging, and the safety of boaties and other river users will be compromised. The project will require regional council resource, which will translate to increased rates in coming years. Thank you for listening to me and considering your sentiments.
Thank you, Gary. Richard, councillors. Could I thank you once again, Gary? I'm going to climb up my sleeve. You've been one of the advocates in terms of the Riverside Drive advocacy. Have you got a general comment as to how you think that has proceeded, given the initial conversations that we had? You happy with the level of consultation?
Not entirely, and personally I'm still battling my own individual case.
Okay. Very much. Right, councillors, we'll go now to Mate Hitia. Charitable Trust. I see it's in your book.
Mate. Hatia, I'm founding executive chair of BOPRC Charitable Trust. I'm a baby boomer, born and raised on Pahopa Road. This is in the back door of Whakatane, my hapu of Ngāti Matoa. I was fed fresh kai from the mara, and herrings and whitebait, and eels from the river. Beka, means jump. Te iwi ngā kai o ngā atua. Look for the gods for wellness. Beka, I created in 2008 as a vehicle of wellness to take our people back to eating the way that we used to eat, rather than suffering ill health and premature death from cancer, diabetes. You know all those diseases, they're all linked to bad kai. You know, people are eating bad kai. So I put mara kai in 7 marae of Ngāti Awa, tested it in Auckland and tested it in Ruatahuna. We then were picked up by academics at Te Wharewananga o Awanuiarangi. So I've been working closely with distinguished professors, Graham Smith, Linda Smith, Aroha Mead. You may have heard of our research. Our research is well renowned, and you may be interested to know the title, Understanding Māori Food Sovereignty and Food Security in Whakatane. This was done in 2008. We also did another research project in alliance with Te Puna Ora o Mātātua, Te Wharewananga o Awanuiarangi, ko Mau Kai. Putting my iwi hat on now. My iwi, where I was born and raised with Ngāti Pukeko in Poropu, Ngāti Awa in Whakatane. I was born and raised around a clean, green, pristine environment. Very different to what it looks like today. We have a partnership. I have two tipuna. I'm a direct descendant of chiefs that signed the Treaty o Waitangi. And I see that our relationship isn't quite gelling because the taiao is a mess. How do I know that? I've been working in Te Mana o Te Wai for 4 years, working with your people. I wrote the resource management plan for Ngāti Rangatawa, Ngāti Pukeko, and there it states all that is happening to us. I followed Te Mana o Te Wai and looked at all the freshwater management units, and sadly for us in Poroporo, we are surrounded now by 2 degraded canals that were once mighty rivers. They're called the Te Waioho. And I noticed that the Waioho behind us has a new road there. It looks like a paper road and it's called Leader Road. It's not named after you, is it, Mr. Chair? That's just a hop, skip and a jump away from the Waioho, one of the most degraded canals leading into the Whakatane River. Now, as you know, the Mātātua Waka came up the Whakatane River, and our tipuna awa is struggling to live. Now, we all live on that awa. We were eating fish. It's a mess now, because your people have told us that. You know, your regional parks, that's a no-no. You haven't developed relationships with us. You need to develop a relationship with our whanaunga in Te Urawera. Do you know that the North Island is the fish of Maui and Te Urawera is the heart? Why would you not take the tourists who come here to see our people to Te Urawera? Our people are looking after it there. You've spent money, the government has given money to Naituoi to look after that resource. So why aren't you utilising it? Why are you putting it on your budget that you want to buy a regional park? That doesn't make sense. And while that happens, we need you to take your relationship, build that partnership and clean up our taia. It's not happening. We as Māori landowners, ngā kuria pāre ki tihira, and I'm one of the landowners who actually owns land in every city in Toi Moana. That's right, I'm from the Ngātai whānau, from Tauranga Moana, from Matakana Island, from Motiti Island. I have shares on those islands. Our whānau have shares right throughout Toi Moana, and you've let us down because all our waterways are paru. And our waterways are paru, not from our doing. It's not our doing. What's going to happen? What are you going to do? Help you. You need to give budgets to help us clean up the land. Our people are suffering from paru land and it's surrounding us. That's not fair. That is not what we agreed to. That is not what our chief signed. We have plans. We have plans for our whenua Māori. The whenua Māori that we are paying, we must be paying. I can say that my family in our land shareholding, I can say probably we are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to the regional council and rates through our kiwi fruit, through our berries, through our manuka honey, through our forestry. Yeah, we all got shares in that, but we're poor. Why is that? We're land rich, so who's using our land? And where are we getting the returns? What I'm talking about mostly is a clean environment. Isn't that your job? Isn't that why we have Toi Moana? To keep our whenua clean? Where's my mokopuna gonna swim? Where are they going to eat? We want to partner up with you. I've complained at you now, but evidence shows it. Reka does research and all the research points to it. It's world-renowned research and it points to it as well. So we need to work together now. And we as landowners, paying you lots of rates, paying all of you, we need you to work with us to clean up the environment. And how are we going to do that? We want to do some economic development on our rivers. So please partner up and clean up our rivers. We want to take the tourists up our rivers to our people because they love our culture. Like our Auntie Media said, the visitors, the manuhiri, the tourists don't come here to see you. They come here to see us. We are the tangata whenua. You haven't all been here over this 60-year period that I've seen the decline. You haven't all been here, but many of you have. Now's the time. Think about your great-great-grandchildren. What are they living in? And the back door is dirty and paru as, and we have not done that. How's our people going to eat with dirty water? And that dirty water is coming onto our land. So how's our people are supposed to be healthy? I plead with you, change your tactics, change what you're looking at, and be grateful that you have our lands. You have our lands. We're major landowners, and yet our people are being poisoned and are dying prematurely. Who's accountable? The truth. We have all the evidence. It's in your book. In your FNU correspondence that you've sent out, you've told us that our waterways are dirty. So are we going to address that? What do we have to do? You need to give us the money that you're taking from our rates and give it back to us and you'll clean it up. You give our money back. You're taking our money off our lands and you're not cleaning it up. You're allowing more and more degradation to happen to our waterways. And you can feel the pain in me because I represent many iwi. I have affiliations to most of the iwi in Toi Moana. That's why I have, my whānau has land around Toi Moana because we come from the rangatira that signed the treaty to allow this. So please, do something. Don't be complacent. I'm not the only one that has great grandchildren coming along. You have too. So do it for all of us. Kia ora.
Ora, thank you, Mate. Thank you for your submission. And we will be back in contact with you in due course after our deliberations.
Okay.
Councillors, we're adjourned till
I can relate to that. Exactly. The good ones. I think I've got it.
I mean, I sort of see the thing that this real that's out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? But I'm
And then I'm gonna throw
I
it
got to ask government and say, well, you know, that's good and stuff. Like any child, give them something they want.
Exactly what we're saying. Everything.
One of the three things how much you have to think.
Okay, thank you, councillors. We'll reconvene. So our next submitter is James Hudson. And there is a 4-segment speaking slot here. Waiora Mātātua, Ngāti Pūkeko, Pūkeko Marae, and Waiora Mātātua. So I'll let James manage the transition from one to the other and do an introduction. But we've got finite James outlined, which is 40 minutes.
O te aroha no pai, upua ke ana, he awa he mai ana, I roto i te tatu manawa. Tēnā no koutou, kia ora everyone, council members, koutou ngā mea Māori, kai runa ngā rangatira, kai runa I te kaunihira nei, koutou, e te CEO, e Fiona, tēnā hoki koe, koutou ngā kaimahi e tautoko ana I tēnei kaupapa, koutou hoki ngā mea Māori, tēnā no hoki koutou. Kia ora everybody, James Hudson, grateful for the opportunity to present today. Just to clarify at least how I intend this to go, I'm thinking the order in is slightly different. As context, let's take it back a bit. Tēnā no koutou, James Hudson. I'm from the Srohe, born and raised. My tribes are Tūhoe, Ngāti Awa, Ngāti Pūkeko, and Te Whakatōhea. In terms of the submissions today, I'm wearing at least 2 hats. Number one, I'm presenting on behalf of the Taumata Kaumātua, the Kaumātua Governance Group for the Waiora Mātātua project, which was run and supported by the Regional Council last year, which looked at the water and the environment within Mātātua. Their project, we engaged with kaitiaki from across the region, and we had 8 whānau, marae, and iwi case study groups included in that project. One of the submissions I'm presenting on behalf of the taumata. The second submission I'm presenting is on behalf of Pūkeko Marae. It has the support for Pūkeko iwi. And I've integrated the 2 submissions because Pūkeko were one of the case study groups in the Waiora Mātātua project that I mentioned earlier. So to a large extent, submissions made on behalf of Waiora Mātātua relate as well to Ngāti Pūkeko. In terms of how I will be covering that, I'm going to take the 2 submissions that were made a month ago. 2 written submissions, one by the Waiora Mātātua Kaumātua Group and the other by Pūkeko Marae. I'm going to take those as read. However, I'm very open to responding to questions in relation to those specific submissions. For the purposes of today, however, I have prepared a summary of what you should have, and I'll be speaking to that because it's the main points outlined in the more detailed submission. That will be the first half of my presentation. The second half was the invitation of the Regional Council. It's a proposal that will hopefully, well, that we submit will go a large way towards addressing some of the concerns that we've raised in our submissions, in our joint submission. So the second half of my presentation will be. Is that relatively clear? Can we get into it? So essentially, so if you look at page 1 of the summary that I've provided, I'm essentially speaking to 5 main priority areas. The first is well-being. Our position is that the long-term plan does not support nor enable the Bay of Plenty Regional Council to deliver upon the LTP's intentions to deliver well-being within the Bay of Plenty, or at least the Matatua Ruhe, or at least a kaitiaki vision of well-being that is conceptualized and practiced by kaitiaki within the Matatua Ruhe. Oh, my. Okay. I don't think it is. A second point are in relation to Te Tiriti o Waitangi partnerships. Our submission is that the LTP does not enable the Bay of Plenty Regional Council and related stakeholders to meet the Te Tiriti o Waitangi related legislative nor moral obligations for the kaitiaki and tangata whenua within the Ruhe. A third priority area is in relation to building kaitiaki capability and capacity. We submit the long-term plan does not adequately enable meaningful capacity and capability building for kaitiaki and tangata whenua within the Ruhe. Fourth point is in relation to mātauranga mātātua. That is the knowledge and value systems of kaitiaki and tangata whenua of the Mātātua Ruhe. We submit that the LTP does not meaningfully recognise, support and resource mātauranga of tangata whenua and kaitiaki and Mātātua as a science and as a source of knowledge and guidance for environmental monitoring and decision making. And finally, the priority areas in relation to monitoring and reporting. Our position is that the LTP does not clearly express outcomes according to a kaitiaki vision of well-being for the Mātātua Ruhe. And as such, the LTP does not reflect how a Mātātua kaitiaki conception of well-being will be measured, monitored and enhanced over the period of this proposed long-term plan. So just looking at a bit more detail in relation to each of those 5 priority areas. We'll be going through, I'll go through some of the challenges in relation to each, followed by some of the solutions that we propose in order to enhance the vision of well-being of Mātātua. In the first instance, I do want to make a few commendations. Number one, definitely applaud the initiative of the council to insert the 4 well-beings into its long-term plan and to have those well-beings inform its policy planning and strategy going forward. Mindful, however, that particularly for the purposes of this Ruhe, a more robust, expansive and deeper conception of well-being may be useful, and that the current well-beings as reflected in the long-term plan are limited. Secondly, just like to add full support for the Te Ara Pautama within the long-term plan, and I want to acknowledge the potential and the potential for that strategic direction to contribute to both the well-being of kaitiaki and tangata whenua, but also broader communities within at least the Mātātua. I'd also like to acknowledge the work of Māori and other, I should say, to bring it that to today. That said, Focusing first at some of the challenges that we have identified with respect to the LTP's approach to wellbeing. Number one, the LTP does not reflect how the council will deliver wellbeing. At least wellbeing is conceptualised and practiced by kaitiaki and tangata whenua. In the presentation that I'll be showing in the second half of the submission, I'll speak to a kaitiaki conception of wellbeing that was drawn on following engagement with both kaitiaki and our case study group. For the purposes of a kaitiaki conceptualisation of wellbeing, the LTP does not meaningfully provide for, firstly, the important connections of human-environment relationships in Matatua ecosystems that support and enhance wellbeing. It does not meaningfully provide for collective wellbeing, intergenerational sustainability and care approaches. The LTP does not adequately provide for how the council will recognise and protect relationships between kaitiaki and tangata whenua, their ancestral places and species. These relationships being essential to build and maintain wellbeing not only for kaitiaki and tangata whenua, but all those who reside here within Matatua. These are our submissions in relation to wellbeing. Our submissions in relation to the nature of te tiriti and partnerships as currently that we proposed restricted in the draft LTP. Firstly, the LTP does not enable the council to meaningfully provide for its te tiriti or waitangi-based legislative and moral obligations towards kaitiaki and tangata whenua. The LTP does not clearly express that kaitiaki and tangata whenua exercise tino rangatiratanga many centuries before current systems of governance were established, and that the governance rights of tangata whenua endure. The LTP does not reflect how the council will establish comprehensive co-governance arrangements that reflect te tiriti or waitangi-based partnership, decision-making at all levels, tangata whenua and tangata tiriti including local central government, local authorities and the like. The challenges with respect to te tiriti waitangi partnerships. Submissions in relation to building kaitiaki capacity and capability. We submit that the LTP does not meet its te tiriti or waitangi based legislative nor moral obligations to build capability and capacity for kaitiaki and tangata whenua to establish, maintain and evolve meaningful relationships with council. Secondly, the LTP does not meaningfully provide for system reform to enable kaitiaki and tangata whenua to practice and evolve with Matatua tikanga. Thirdly, the LTP does not meaningfully enable council to build its own capacity and capability to build long-term relationships with kaitiaki and tangata whenua and appropriately support tangata whenua to build and maintain. Now to our submissions in relation to Mātauranga Matatua. The LTP does not meaningfully recognise, support and resource Mātauranga, its knowledge, practices and values of tangata whenua Matatua. Doesn't meaningfully acknowledge Mātauranga as a science and as a source of knowledge and guidance for environmental monitoring and decision making, not only for kaitiaki and tangata whenua, but its potential to inform monitoring and decision making for all communities within the Matatua. Finally, the LTP does not meaningfully provide for tangata whenua and kaitiaki to retain, control and use Mātauranga, including uses for public benefit and commercial purposes, and to sustain relationships that are important for the retention. The LTP does not specifically recognise the potential for Mātauranga related to rongoa Māori, to enhance wellbeing and resilience and to transform the Mātātua rohe. The LTP does not adequately support tangata whenua and kaitiaki to develop, maintain and evolve mātauranga concerning the quality control for rongoa in Mātātua, a role that the kāwana should not and cannot play itself. Our submissions with respect to Mātauranga Mātātua, moving now to submissions in relation to monitoring and reporting approaches as reflected in the LTP. Firstly, we submit the LTP does not really express outcomes according to a kaitiaki vision of well-being of the Mātātua rohe. As such, the LTP does not reflect how a Mātātua conception of well-being will be measured, monitored and enhanced, including for the purposes of strategy, policy and planning. Finally, the LTP does not express how investment decisions will accurately reflect positive contribution towards the kaitiaki vision of well-being of the Mātātua rohe. Those are some of the challenges that we've identified in relation to the LTP. Before I move on to our submissions for how some of these challenges could be addressed, are there any questions or clarifications?
Kia ora, James. Kia ora, James. Just, it's not in the handout, but in your submission under climate resilience, you've mentioned the climate change action plan, which does not enable regional council to meet its Te Tiriti o Waitangi legislative moral obligations to respond, including treatment. Do you mind just expanding on that? What do you mean there?
The very first part, we look at the from a first reading, I would find any context within the plan itself that showed the process by which it was brought together, and therefore was unable to determine whether or not it was pulled together based upon for example, Waitangi based partnership. Able to discern the extent to which kaitiaki and tangata whenua had input into the nature of that plan. Based upon experience to date within the local government sector, I'm going to assume that not pulled together in a Te Tiriti o Waitangi based process, and that opportunities for input by kaitiaki and tangata whenua to influence both the frame and the content of that plan were not met. So that would have been my starting point, really speaking to the loss of opportunity based upon a first read.
Kia ora, koe tēnā koutou tūtahi e mihi kia koe e te rangatira, tēnā kōrua, o tira kia koutou, te whānau, te waiora Mātātua. Trying to get some clarity here, James, on, so I get my head around it. Enjoyed your presentation of the work that you did at one of the committee Māori that we had. Yes, my question is around how does waiora Mātātua represent the views from across Mātātua mai ngā kuria whare ki Tihiro. We've had a submission from Ngāti Awa this morning regarding the Taiao Hub. We've had submissions from Te Whānau Wapanui on various other things. I guess my question is, so that we have an understanding of that representation, and I guess because I appreciate the whittle back to us on how we can provide for the various things and where we haven't provided in the LTP. Wondering how waiora Mātātua is working with the other groups across Mātātua so that we can get some cohesiveness when we're having the deliberation process.
Excellent question, thank you. Firstly, before I address it, does the timer screen need to be pushed? Or will they just feel like I'm seeing the timer and I'm willing to go on and on? Thank you, we might need to monitor that. Tēnā koe, councillor. A couple of points in response. Number one, the Waiora Mātātua kaupapa is in no way representative of any iwi or whenua group per se within the Mātātua rohe. You might recall at our presentation at Hiramoko that the Waiora Mātātua kaupapa engaged at a kaitiaki level and was an open project for anybody who may want to be involved. The primary intention of that project was to produce insights and to produce other outputs. In this case, it did result in a conceptualization of wellbeing in addition to a potential monitoring framework. That is to be made available to whomever may find use in it, including tangata whenua, and however that they may want to use it. It's to support thought leadership amongst not only iwi within the rohe, but anybody who may have an interest in producing a kaitiaki vision and a kaitiaki conception.
So somewhat, we also have Rangi Kepa with his Māori model, so I'm wondering, is it in the similar kind of ballpark of models and frameworks or tools that are available to iwi from in hapu, whānau, whoever across Mātātua? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Right. Kia ora.
Kapai. Any other questions before I move on to our proposed solutions in relation to this?
Councillor Lees and Councillor White.
Just a question, what you're asking for here is a very, very big ask. And I just would like to know, do you think it's actually possible for one organisation to deliver on what you're asking?
Excellent. That question. I'm just going to make a few assumptions as to what you might be referring to in relation to big. And I suppose the biggest assumption that I would make is the big opportunity to expand how we do things here within the Mātātua rohe. And the experience that I can draw on that gives me faith that there is an opportunity and potential here, I would draw from both central government level and also at a regional government level. With respect to the central government, for example, I'm really heartened by the approaches of, say, the Treasury, who have elevated alongside their living standards framework a conception of well-being that has been informed by mātauranga Māori. And it happens to be a conception of well-being that has Wairua spirit at the centre and looks at the connection between environment and people. And that framework itself is having strong influence and uptake of the broader government system. And so the fact that it has that uptake suggests to me that there's some feasibility in designing policy and planning and monitoring against a conception of well-being that also happens to be informed by Mātauranga Māori. That's number one. Number two, I'm heartened by the approaches taken by, say, the Ministry of the Environment in their State of the Environment reporting in 2022, where you might recall they used the framework to actually frame how they delivered science and evidence on the state of the entire New Zealand environment. And the fact that they delivered that report, not only framed by Mātauranga Māori, but they were able to also integrate, talking about, they were able to integrate Mātauranga Māori scientists and researchers to work alongside the ministry scientists and researchers to literally produce a integrated report on the state of New Zealand's environment across all domains: water, land, air, earth, marine, that arguably gave each of us a more expansive view of who we are, not just Māori, but also Pākehā. Thirdly, in terms of can this be done, I would personally look at the Tāmaki Makaurau Auckland texts. Admittedly, while they do have bodies such as the Independent Māori Statutory Board that is supporting the Auckland Council in its governing role, they've come a long way, including their Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau Māori Outcomes Monitoring Framework that has been implemented throughout the entire organisation, and that's quite a big organisation, whereby they are now able to monitor and measure their return on investments who actually invest in those initiatives throughout Auckland, contribute to not only Māori outcomes but also Māori wellbeing. Now, I appreciate with respect to the Tāmaki case, that's a relatively new approach. I do know they have had 2 evaluations since that framework was put into place, and I understand the overall outcome of those evaluations were not negative. That's me being humble as well, by the way. I think that's yet another world first, the Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau framework, and it's, yeah.
Councillor White.
Tēnā koe te rangatira hemi, me koe te hoki te kāhui kaumātua o Wairoa Mātātua, o koutou whakāturangi tēnei rā. Hemi, look, I just noted, your comments on te ara Potama, and I've asked this other question of others. You've noted that it's proposed associated outcomes as a minimum, and then you make the comment that you acknowledge its potential to contribute. I guess I'm assuming that your statement around potential to contribute is listed in items A to Z on your submissions, which links into partnership expectations and relationship agreements. Is that the totality of expectation that you would have ultimately in a journey towards Arapotama pursuit of excellence? Am I correct in assuming that?
Oh, Mike, could you repeat the assumption?
The assumption really here is that, it's that we're on the starting edge with our Potama, Te Arapotama. You make sure that it's actually acknowledge it as a contribution to a starting point, I'm assuming, and that you list in your submissions items A to Z on an outline of what the well-being principles might mean. Then you talk about partnerships and engagement relationships. So I'm assuming that's your total view of what Te Arapotama means in practice ultimately. Am I correct?
I wouldn't say at least that which has been included in the submission is a total view. I would more so view those submissions as a starting point. I completely agree with your point around Arapotama as being also a starting point as to what the potential or how this ruhere can be governed, particularly based on a genuine Te Waitangi basis. Long way to go. However, I do acknowledge that the council's contribution via the Arapotama pathway is a good one.
Kia ora.
James, do you just want to move through to your solutions?
Okay, so looking at our solutions for wellbeing, number 1. We submitted the LTP require council to prioritise entering into Waitangi-based partnership, Kaitiaki and Tāngata Whenua, to comprehensively review and amend policy, regulations and governance structures to enable and empower Tāngata Whenua to care for and sustain their environment according to tikanga and kawa, and to maintain and enhance Kaitiaki vision, a Kaitiaki vision of growth. That the long-term plan require council to prioritise forming Te Tiriti Waitangi-based partnerships Kaitiaki and review existing strategies, policies, plans and funding arrangements, reflect the importance and interconnections of human environment relationships and Mātātua ecosystems that support a Kaitiaki vision of wellbeing. They also emphasise collective wellbeing, intergenerational sustainability and care ethics approaches that enhance Kaitiaki vision of wellbeing for Mātātua ecosystems. They recognise and protect relationships between Tāngata Whenua and ancestral places and species that are essential for Kaitiaki. At this point, again, I do want to acknowledge, I'm not saying that this work is not being done. My call with these decisions is that it be given more priority and as a result, more investment and more energy. Carry on in terms of solutions for wellbeing, that the long-term plan requires the development of new exploratory scenarios that describe alternative possible Mātātua futures, capable of identifying key risks to wellbeing and potential mitigation strategies. That the long-term plan recognise and meaningfully provide for the significant potential for rongoa Māori to enhance wellbeing and climate resilience and healing, and to transform Māori health in Mātātua, and that the long-term plan adequately support them. Role for rongoa and wellbeing and climate resilience in Mātātua, role that in relation to Te Tiriti Waitangi partnerships with Māori, we submit that the long-term plan expressly acknowledged that Tāngata Whenua exercised tino rangatiratanga for many centuries before current systems of governance were established, and that the governance rights of Tāngata Whenua endure. So the submission there, that these words or something akin to them be expressly reflected in the long-term plan itself. Similarly, that the plan expressly acknowledged that tikanga exists as a system of law, values and norms that sustain balance in human and environmental relationships, principles and practices of tikanga and kawa that guide Kaitiaki vision of wellbeing. In fact, the LTP expressly enabled Tāngata Whenua and Kaitiaki to review existing strategies, these plans, governance structures and funding arrangements to ensure the exercise of Tāngata Whenua rangatiratanga concerning all decision making, impacting a Kaitiaki vision of wellbeing. By council to prioritise Te Tiriti or based partnerships with Tāngata Whenua and Kaitiaki in order to review existing strategies, policies, plans, governance structures and funding. So firstly, support all decision makers to build long-term relationships with Kaitiaki and Tāngata Whenua in order to address shared goals for Kaitiaki vision of wellbeing for current and future generations, and also to prioritise relationships over transactional approaches such as one-off consultation. We submit the LTP require council to prioritise developing in partnership with Kaitiaki and Tāngata Whenua a Te Tiriti auditing process across the Mātātua rohe involving close examination for Te Tiriti compliance, plans, procedures, expenditure results and outcomes. Essentially a treaty or currently exists within the council, whereby some robust research and policies have gone into actually identifying what is the nature and extent of Te Tiriti obligations of the regional council in relation to Tāngata Whenua That piece of work has been done, it's excellent, and in the event it has been done, it would be useful to see, to potentially undertake an audit to assess the extent to which the regional council is meeting, or at least the nature of its performance against those Te Tiriti o Waitangi obligations. And since we desired by tangata whenua Kaitiaki to establish comprehensive Te Tiriti o Waitangi based co-governance arrangements for all environmental taonga places based on partnerships at all levels between tangata whenua and tangata tiriti, including government, local authorities and wider community. Given to establish an independent body with multidisciplinary expertise to develop, implement and monitor a collective partnership approach to policies and decisions impacting the vision of wellbeing for Mātātua. Respect to solutions for kaitiaki capacity and capability, submit that the LTP require council to prioritise developing an Te Tiriti o Waitangi based partnership with tangata whenua and kaitiaki, a tangata whenua capacity and capability strategy to guide the investment in the development and empowerment of kaitiaki in Mātātua to enable structural and system reform and practice and evolve their kaitiaki roles. To enable council to meaningfully fund and support tangata whenua to build capacity and capability to co-govern and co-manage areas of interest. To commit resources to build capacity and capability within government agencies so they can build long-term relationships with tangata whenua and appropriately support and resource tangata whenua to build and maintain those relationships. Solutions in relation to our submissions on Mātauranga Māori and Mātauranga Mātātua, that the long-term plan explicitly recognise, support and resource Mātauranga o tangata whenua and kaitiaki in Mātātua as a science and as a source of knowledge and guidance for environmental monitoring and decision making. That the plan enable meaningful Te Tiriti o Waitangi based partnerships with tangata whenua and kaitiaki to review existing strategies, structures, funding arrangements to properly enable tangata whenua and kaitiaki to retain and control and use mātauranga, sustain relationships that are important for the retention of mātauranga. Or to engage with tangata whenua to recognise and respect the rights of kaitiaki to manage and make decisions about environmental taonga in accordance with Mātātua tikanga and kawa. Finally, in relation to monitoring and reporting, we submit that the LTP ensure that investment decisions accurately reflect contribution towards positive impact on wellbeing and climate resilience in the Mātātua rohe. That the LTP require the council to prioritise engaging with tangata whenua and kaitiaki to strengthen monitoring, investment and activity into enhancing the kaitiaki vision of wellbeing and transparently evaluate, measure and report on how their investments contribute to a kaitiaki wellbeing outcome for tangata whenua and tangata tiriti in the Mātātua rohe. The LTP require council to prioritise engaging with tangata whenua and kaitiaki to develop baseline forecasts or outlooks, including limits and targets, that provide an indication of how future environmental conditions across different domains of the kaitiaki vision of wellbeing are expected to change over time. Engagement with tangata whenua and kaitiaki to develop mandatory measures of a kaitiaki vision of wellbeing. To engage with tangata whenua and kaitiaki to improve kaitiaki systems, data design across the ecosystem. I am mindful of time. I had any concluding remarks, it would be to come back to your question. The intention of this entire project is really to produce insights and to propose some thought leadership to support those existing kaitiaki and tangata whenua who are already doing mahi in a very representative case for themselves. I also want to acknowledge that I am here in two capacities. Number one, to be mandated to share these submissions by the Taumata Kaumātua, the governance group for the Waiora Mātātua project, but they're shared with that intention in mind. And also number two, I'm just mindful that there has been a lot of reference to Waiora Mātātua here, and I am, while Ngāti Pūkeko was one of the case study groups within the Waiora Mātātua project, I am sitting here just as much in my capacity for Ngāti Pūkeko, and the submissions that are made here do apply and have the support of Ngāti Pūkeko as well. Tēnā no tātou.
A couple, James. Councillors, one question.
Rena, thank you for that. Very interesting. And quick question around, the Mātātua Rohe moves over to boundaries outside of the Māpiti Regional Council. So if we're to proceed in enhancing, as you suggest, a high level of priority and investment, how do we, being on our side with our boundaries, with those two other regional entities?
Not proposing to be an expert on the interrelationship between regional authorities here within Aotearoa. If I had to give my layman suggestion as to how that could be worked out, I'd suggest that territorial authorities to actually explore that. Again, you're talking to a Māori around land boundary issues. I'm at least going to be one who treads carefully in that area.
Could I firstly acknowledge you and the contribution that you've put in here? So acknowledged to a whānau from Ngāti Pūkeko. Councillors, your Māori District Council. Steph here, I'm not too sure we've got the mayor. We've got Pay. Worship. Yours, Mr. Mayor.
Well, first of all, thank you for hearing our submission. I can see I'm amongst friends here, or we are. I will the CEU. The CEU needs no introduction. She'll be doing most of the talking. I'm just here to make us look good. So, yeah, without further ado, we better get into our submission. Thank you, Steph.
Tātou, e te himana lira tēnā koe i ngā kainehira, o te kainehira o toi mana ki ngā koutou, te pūhautu
Fiona, ngā kaimahi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I just want to further and mihi te taru on screen there. Mihi to Victor's introduction, Mayor Victor's introduction. We bring the apologies of Councillor and Deputy Mayor Leslie Imming today. She's unwell, so she would have been with us, but she chose not to share her bugs, which we're all very pleased about, I'm sure. We're going to keep our presentation today really short into 3 points. We've given you a wee diagram that goes with this presentation, but first of all, I just want to mihi to Councillors Campbell and Iti, who came and presented on your behalf to our LTP. And so we empathise with you sitting for many days and hearing from many parties on all sorts of issues, but really appreciated the Regional Council's submission to our LTP. So thank you very much for that, and to the councillors who came and presented. I just want to introduce Walter Bullings, who is our senior analyst, who has helped our council put together our submission, and Walter will also help me, Victor and I answer any questions if you have any. So firstly, we just want to welcome and acknowledge the continued strong working relationship between our councils. In recent years, we've done multiple things together, not least of all securing the Awatarariki managed retreat process. We're working on the Future Proof project together and a number of other projects, our partnerships with iwi across the district. So we would first of all like to acknowledge that and we look forward to, in the life of this LTP, continuing to work strongly together. And that leads me to our first priority, which is really about our collective voice. In that we emphasise, as you did in your LTP submission, the strength from unity as a region, particularly as we face the challenges of the new government reform rollback and new opportunities. We would like to continue to emphasise we want to work together. The voice for our dialogue with central government needs to be collaborative, and at a recent mayoral forum that was reaffirmed around Three Waters, but we certainly think that speaking, particularly as a sub-region of the East, alongside Regional Council is very, very important. There will be regional deals on the table. There will be we're waiting with bated breath to hear what the Regional Infrastructure Fund criteria are from the Minister, and perhaps in July, and continue to emphasise that we'd like to work with you collectively on finding those funding opportunities which achieve mutual success for us both. Again, I just want to say and acknowledge Council's investment into the Awatarariki voluntary managed retreat process. That was a very difficult and long process, particularly and mostly for that community, but also for our councils and our staff. And I want to thank you for the strong leadership that you showed in standing by us. Our next challenge in that part of the world goes without saying, and that's around in terms of our next 10 years and collectively for our community, is the Matata wastewater project. So we talked with Chairman Leader and your Chief Executive Fiona at the time as we were completing the Matata managed retreat process, and knew that this was the next big thing coming up for that part of the world. It's very important also for iwi partners and for the achievement of the Tarawera restoration strategy. So it's been made very clear to us from iwi that this project is a critical project to succeed. So we come to you, and I understand the co-design group, which we established for that project, is also presenting to you today. In the last LTP, we want to acknowledge that you agreed in principle to probably a quantum of something like 7 million at the time. That's now looking more like 15 million. There's water to flow under the bridge, excuse the pun, as we continue our optioneering process for that project. But that is really a critical project for us, and we would like to partner with you on that. I want to acknowledge your investment to date in the spatial plan for the Eastern Bay. That is shaping up to be the document which creates and nurtures great placemaking, good infrastructure placement, and will attract co-investment in years to come for the Eastern Bay. So we want to thank you for your leadership and contribution to spatial plan, and our LTP submission implores you to continue to invest into that spatial plan. We acknowledge the investment you've made into smart growth and Western Bay and Rotorua spatial plans as well. And we think it's really important that we come up to the plate, and we also offer an enduring and valuable spatial plan for the Eastern Bay. We want to thank you for the stock bank work. We absolutely understand that that work is necessary. across our rohe, across our district on the Rangataiki River and of course the Whakatane River. Again, we raise in our submission that this river, this beautiful river that we sit next to today, is unique in that it is flowing through a large residential area and indeed our CBD. So it won't be a surprise to you that we ask for your consideration of the urban design work required for integration into good CBD urban design work as we pull that river swapback work further down towards Muriwai Drive and towards the heads. A big plan of ours has been on the table for a long time, as you know, CBD upgrade work and to work with the Wairaka community, particularly Ngāti Hokopu, on the beautification and the ongoing kaitiaki role that they have for this part of town, and that work is absolutely critical from a climate change, sustainability perspective and safety and risk perspective to our whole CBD. We absolutely total all that work, but it does come at a cost in terms of its CBD integration. Our final point, I'm conscious of time, I'm not sure where the clock is, but I'm sure I'm getting close to it, is around the equity context and rating impact across the region. Probably the last group of people that I need to remind that our sub-region here has the highest deprivation indices of any region in New Zealand. Highest deprivation indices across any region in New Zealand. And these are communities from Ruatahuna to Murupara to down the coast. And we implore you to acknowledge those continued equity challenges across our diverse region, and that uplift needs to be supported to avoid further entrenching geographies of disadvantage. Councils have a strong role to play in addressing this, and we need to ensure investment and effort where it's most needed. And we need to work with you to uplift and progress the sustainability and prosperity of our communities, and we're asking for your support in doing so. We've asked for funding and support towards various matters in our submission, and we will appreciate your careful deliberation of those projects. But probably even more importantly is the equity of rating impact. So we are very happy to support projects that have regional benefit, for example, public transport and regional parks, as canvassed in your key questions. We understand the importance about the whole region going forward together and those issues that are important in other parts of the region that you govern. But what we are asking for is a holistic rating review to inform the next LTP, including how river schemes are funded. In closing, I want to thank you again for your ongoing commitment to ensuring our whole region, all of its corners and all of its diversity, is vibrant and thriving together. We certainly embrace your vision, mō te taio, mō ngā tangata, Bay of Plenty thriving together. We look forward to your final decisions and continued partnership over the coming 10 years of your LTP and ours. That brings me to a close. The three of us will be more than happy. So we're joined by Councillor Rangiaho, happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Steph. Ka mihi te ngā pera. Welcome. Mayor, do you want to add anything?
I think it sounds well, lots of challenges. Solutions.
Winters?
Victor and team. Do you have an estimate for the capital cost of Merata sewage, total cost?
You'll be presented by the co-design team this afternoon. At the moment, we are still doing the optioneering of that. They're going through the science of what the best solution is, and the total quantum at this stage, I think, is mid-30s, mid-35, something like that at this point in time.
How many houses?
There are currently 400 properties, I think, within Matata, something like that. Sorry, 260 residences, and what we're anticipating is growth to 400, Councillor.
Philosophical discussion. We've had it in Rotorua many years. Should the capital cost of any deficit be spread over the entire Whakatane district, or should the capital cost less subsidies be spread amongst the residents concerned?
So the scheme to meet the objectives, and as they're increasing, as we know, under increasing scrutiny from Taumata Arawai, is unaffordable for the community of Matata.
Rotorua knows all about that. Yep. So do you see the capital costs being spread amongst all the residents of Rotorua?
Yeah, that is a conversation that we need to have across our district. Matata is not the only investment that we need to make. And the spreading of that cost, sorry, the words just escaped my mind, for a number of those investments, including both in Murupara, Whakatane, Awakere, Taniatua, Edgecombe, will need to be distributed as equitably as we can make them for in the coming 30 years for investment. They're unaffordable alone for any of those single communities.
I guess some sort of targeted rating is not off the table. It's part of the discussion.
So, yeah, Rotorua knows all about that.
Yeah.
And it's some on the books, Rotoiti, Rotorua, Tarawera for 10 years. The cost escalations, they blow your mind away. Real costs now that are coming home to roost for Rotorua residents. So have a look at those from when they started to when they finished, and they're not finished yet.
We're very aware of that, Councillor Winters.
Thank you for that. It's your request for a comprehensive rating review, which I have some sympathy for. Primarily driven by the impost of the river schemes, both for Whakatane and Apotiki, which is the most significant impost in the Bay of Plenty.
It's a significant part of the request, Councillor Crosby.
Off the cuff, do you have any suggestions about altering that split of costs?
In this scenario, I'm not prepared to offer that. I think that it's an issue not facing your council alone, obviously. The cost of maintaining flood banks. I've experienced in the Waikato the same issue, and I think it's one that's worthy of a really good analysis and scrutiny and conversations with communities.
The issue of fairness comes up a lot, including in the submissions that we receive. I don't know what the perfect solution is.
Anything else, councillors? Julie.
Yes, good morning. Very interested in your support for the flood protection schemes. I'm sure we all understand the importance of that. But I thought I heard you say, Steph, that Whakatane was a somewhat unique situation with a significant city and a significant river flowing through it. I'm just sort of thinking of Lower Hutt, Upper Hutt, Greymouth, Westport, Blenheim, Napier, Nelson. I'm just wondering, is it really unique?
Oh, sorry, it's unique in that it's not a rural river with agricultural land either side of the river, and that we are having to, as a district council, one of our objectives is to revitalise the CBD. One of the very strong messages we've had from Ngāti Awa consistently is that they wish to restore the mana and mauri of the river and restore connection with the river. So all of those towns are faced with a common issue, and the protection of the river and the protection of the river scheme needs to integrate into an urban design framework for the benefit of the CBD and people who live, work and play in the CBD. And so it's not unique. You're absolutely right. And there are other cities and towns face it. It's unique in our district because the other river, obviously that's under protection. Rangataiki is agricultural for the large percentage of it, precluding Edgecombe.
Thanks for that clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. And there are lessons to be learned from those other cities and towns for sure.
Absolutely.
But they don't come cheap. The integration behind significant hard structures into a really good biophilic urban design and good urban design principles isn't cheap to do.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask something about your submission point 7, you request that we consider EDA. And you suggested that we provide minimum equal funding as you do, which is 100,000 per annum. Is Apotiki District Council and Karau, are they to Toi?
At the moment, they do. We work our contributions on a per capita basis. Obviously, all councils are going through their LTP deliberations and looking at all of their expenditure. At the moment, our contribution is still on the table and they're working through their respective processes. But at the moment, they both currently fund TOEDA.
But you do support us disestablishing that connections.
The disestablishment of land connections, I don't know that we actually made a submission on that. That's Denise. Yeah, I think for us, we're finding that the TOEDA principle of being the lead for the Eastern Bay of Plenty is probably where we want to continue our investment at this point in time. But I also acknowledge the work that Connections has done over many years and its role in forming the Agriculture Forum, for example. But things have their time and come and go, and if that's Regional Council's decision, we will support you. But I don't think we've submitted on that point.
If in your presentation you made a commentary around better equity, can you explain that in terms of, do you mean equity or do you mean a more equitable?
Equity in that what people start with. I always think when I have this conversation in mind, councillor, cheerleader, is the three children looking over the fence and the boxes that you need to put under their feet so that they can all at the same level together, and some of those three children all start at a different level. So I'm talking about equity in terms of ensuring that communities are able to be supported to enjoy fair and reasonable, but to be thriving and prosperous in ways that are meaningful for them. And it's not the same across the entire region, as we know. So,
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Stephanie. Thank you for your presence.
thank you for the opportunity to come and present, and we wish you well for your deliberations.
Next presenter, councillor John Stubbs, who's presenting as an individual. Page 479. Stubbs?
Mr. Chairman, councillors, thank you for the privilege of being able to share a couple of my thoughts for the development long term of this district. I have in my application for this put two topics down. One, the need for a second bridge, and two, the river sandbars or sand spits. I'll talk to the sand spit first. I was thrilled to see in the beacon on the 3rd of May where the sand spit here at River Mouth in Wakatani is being lowered. At the direction of the Harbour Master, I feel that it needs to be done not only for Wakatani, but Rangitai, I know Pacific, and many of the other rivers, which will allow a far freer flow of water in the event of a flood. For quite a while, the Rangitai had a reasonable big sandbar there. When I was down there yesterday, it is very low, not that much above high tide level,
which in the event of a flood, will allow rapid exit of water and not put as much pressure on our stop banks. Next one I have listed here on the one I will supply you with at the beginning, and that is the need for a second bridge, which I feel is part of a necessary long-term plan to grow and develop this area. We have watched those that have travelled in the last couple of years, the problems associated with Bayfair in Wakata in Tauranga, and people say, do we have to go to Tauranga? We are beginning to see a congestion issue appearing here coming into Wakatani, and in a report that was done in 2006 by Gavius and Porter, it referred to and showed in maps that we would be reaching a point of having serious level of service of getting into the town, and we're beginning to get there. So to grow the town, we need a second bridge. In my thinking, I have picked an area at the end of Titoki Road, coming across there through a dairy farm that is currently owned by Rob Simpson, and going up through the Blue Rock Quarry, veering right and coming out on the Wainui Road. It would be a second bridge there would relieve the major congestion that we currently experience here in landing the main road, take a lot of traffic out of the Hopi area. We have a bridge at Taniatua that handles about 10% of the traffic, and a half and half. We have a bridge and a half technically. I'm not putting it down, but it is. Whereas the other rivers across the plains here, the Rangataik has 3 major bridges, the Tarawera has 3 major bridges, plus a couple of bridges in Kaurau, which is good access. We need good access for an emergency, and our bridge here between the location in the Kasami or flood is in the danger zone, and the one at Taniatua would struggle to handle all the traffic. A second bridge, it would open up a road over through the quarry into the Wainui area, which would open up an area for housing and other development. And we are seeing that development coming on in a Pokaki with the mussel and wood to come out of there at a later date. Since I presented this to the to the district council, Philip called Graham has contacted me. He has done a lot of more detailed work. I have a skeleton. He has a lot more relevant material, and he's allowed me to put this before you guys, which gives you a lot more specific information. We have to be looking at ways to grow this area, and by allowing people with good, easy access to improve it. A second bridge would take probably a lot of traffic direct from a Pokaki to Matata, Tauranga, would bypass the town and take a lot of that congestion away from Hopi and everything else. Has anyone got any concerns on what I've raised?
The more pertinent question is, have you got any questions?
Any questions on what I've raised? Chairman Doug, it would make life quicker for you getting to Tauranga, wouldn't it?
It would.
It would be via Taniatua from a Pokaki to Tauranga. It is 17 k's longer than coming through, and that is why a lot of people in cars prefer this way. Trucks have to go that way.
Well, Winters and Thurston.
Sorry, did you say you've presented this to Whakatane District Council? You've submitted to them as well?
Yes, because I feel it's no one can do it. It needs to be a group effort to drive this district forward. So, I know whether that's the right way to do it, but I felt to include both parties in this presentation, and it's fairly similar what I've done.
Can I ask,
This is the additional part that I wasn't in vision of.
can I ask my colleague who chairs the Regional Land Transport Committee, did it get on to the? No, it didn't.
It's not seen as a high priority at this stage, but have you had an engagement with NZTA at all? Have you been communicating with NZTA at a personal level?
No, I have not. How do you handle this topic? If I want to talk to these guys.
We'll certainly help you out there. But further to my colleague's question, Councillor Winters, can you share with us what was the response from the Whakatane District Council? Clearly you've engaged with a lot of them on a one-to-one. Thoughts around what you propose? Widespread support or told to go away?
I have got a reasonable amount of support when I've talked to the community people. I haven't talked to a lot of people, but they recognise it needs to happen. I also recognise it's probably in an 8 or 10 year before we'll probably see it. I'm planners that had it. And the other thing is we will have major traffic problems here in another 8 or 10 years, and the call for a second bridge will be far stronger and louder. So we need to start doing the quiet homework now in preparing for this.
What I think you propose is very sound, and don't in any way think that it's considered outlandish by anybody, because a lot of us coming here this morning got caught in the Los Angeles traffic jam. So we know what you need. So hopefully we can front and deliver at some point.
Yeah, but if I can sort of get through it, I'm prepared to take this, and I have made an appointment to see the local MP on this topic. And well, good on you. So I feel I'm kicking the ball into play, and it's people like who wrote this, there's far more depth of explaining things for a far better presentation.
And if I can just say, my colleague here, Councillor Von Denelson, and I briefed the current minister in this very room prior to the last election and the incoming member of Parliament for East Cape, and I think it's fair to say they were really supportive of the whole concept of the need for a second bridge crossing.
Thank you very much. So it's not a new topic,
but you have to elevate it up to a political.
Thank you, Mr. Stuthers. Much appreciated. Job's put a lot of work into this in terms of the research.
Thank you very much, sir, for allowing me to share my views. And thank you, councillors, for the role you play in supporting and developing this area. I feel this is a special area.
Thank you very much. Those next submitter is Gordon Dixon. Copy or ND 76. Welcome, Gordon.
I've just got two things to say today. One is I'm seeking legal advice as to the legitimacy of this meeting here today. And two, Councillor Cosby, would you kindly resign immediately, please?
Mr. Dixon. Thank you, councillors. That brings the morning session to conclusion. We'll reconvene at 3:00. The other councillors will reconvene, please. So we have a slight change around in terms of timing. So our next presenters are Teddy White Norman and Taipa Rangatawa River Forum. This was on your hard copy, page 268. OR 266.
Tēnā tātou, te tuatai i tēnei te tuake, te tukunatu nā mihi ki a koutou, nā kanuri whakairoa tēnei o nā puari, koutou e whakahaere nā kaupapa e pāna ki te tai au, tēnei te tuake te mi atu, ka nei ke māua ko taku kia mana mai te puari o te Rangitaiki River Forum, o tai mai nei, a i rungi te reo karana, ka hiria mai a mātou whakaro, a mātou kōrero e pāna ki tā mātou kaupapa no reira tēnā tātou.
Good morning, councillors. First of all, thank you for taking the time to listen to our submissions. The Rangitaiki River Forum has had a long and successful relationship with the councils, and this is something we're looking forward to continuing. As part of our submissions, we've included the capability to build iwi members' capabilities within the forum. Induction succession planning, a cultural impact assessment template for each iwi, as a lot of them haven't been able to put that in place for themselves. Annual field trips hosted by each iwi. Reason behind this is to get a feel for each other's whenua in the areas and the issues of the rangataiki, getting from our headwaters up towards Tūwharetua all the way to Ngāti Awa. So we're looking at a one river approach, and to understand that one river approach and to work collectively with our council partners, we need to know the issues and the effects of what's happening along the river as a whole. We're also seeking a budget for fish-friendly pump technology. We have had issues with the inclusion of fish pumps actually are detrimental to our tuna, which is basically what our River Forum document is based on. So this document, Te Ara Whānui Pathways, is also coming in for review in 2025. So we're also seeking assistance with the financial part of the review for that document. In terms of the River Forum and our co-governance with council, we feel it's been really effective and an excellent example of how co-governance does work to achieve not just the outcomes for iwi, but also for our communities. We've benefited from council with our councillors, though I'm sure they've benefited from each iwi members that sit at the table and the advice we can bring to the table. And I just wanted to acknowledge the council for the money that they do in this forum space. So basically, you know, for us to move forward, we're looking at what we deem to be pretty reasonable help in this area, especially with things, how they're coming along nowadays with the government and new legislations. We're looking at how does that look for our relationship with the councils. Would that have to be altered a wee bit? We're not sure, but we have faith in our relationships with our council partners and all our iwi members, because we have 5 iwi that sit in this forum. And we're looking at building on top of those relationships and building the capability of iwi to support council. We have a saying, work smarter, not harder, and work has to be distributed amongst iwi and council so that we get better outcomes for everybody included.
Kia ora no. Thank you again, just to reiterate the acknowledgement for the time to talk to our submission and you guys face to face. I guess first and foremost, just to reiterate,
Otherwise, order around our 2012 settlement arrangement and the co-governance, then agreed that I think if there was a model, it may be this one here that demonstrates what the modeling looks like when it's working in a cohesive and a collective way. I think the landscape hasn't quite fully been breached in terms of what that looks like, in terms of life cycle balance, in terms of the space that you work in as councilmen and that we work in as iwi, how those two can come together and progress the health and well-being of the environment. Also want to acknowledge the work currently undertaken by our secretariat. The value that that position brings to this multi-building is huge. It's huge in the context that we get a broader understanding of legislation and the acts and the like, and what they look like when we start to engage with them. And of course, how we can use them to benefit where we're going as the Rangitaiki report. It's also important to us that for the members, as Te Rewai indicated, the Māori members that are on this board, is that there is a good, strong sense of understanding of where we each come from in terms of our responsibilities. We have the Whirinaki River speaking here, and we have the Rangitaiki. But those two rivers come together and they form and they come down towards Ngāti Awa and Whānau. The intent is to take our people up there. When I mean our people, I mean the board members up there, so they can get a good sense of understanding what the rivers, our rivers look like at their most southern reaches in terms of their quality of water, the purity of water, and the health and well-being of that river. We also we believe that there'll be clear changes in the river in terms of where we start to get the populace growing when we get closer towards Whakatane. We think that that journey will be good in building the profile understanding of the work that needed to be undertaken and building up the health and well-being of the whole river system, rather than what we have and what we can enjoy up in the southern reaches of where both Te Rewai and I come from in terms of that clarity and purity of that water. The other part that I would like to touch on is the importance of how we see the river. And you may have already heard this previous submissions, but I think it's one that can't be forgotten, and that is the mana, the wairua, the tapu, the well-being of our rivers is important, and even more so today. The previous narratives around climate change and the impact of climate change and the space that you as councils exercise in that space is going to be important. It's important to us as not only as iwi members, but also as members of the Rangitaiki River Forum, that we find some place of common ground where we can engage further around what does that look like when we still continue this work. And if there's an emphasis that I would conclude in my sharing, it is that to look forward to whatever the new prescription looks like for both you guys as regional council and us as iwi members under the current government direction. I think there's a future there. We just need to understand what the wording looks like and how do we start to come together if we need to navigate our way to another different space, but still hold on to the integrity of who we are. Kia ora.
Questions?
Well, thank you for that, and I certainly myself would like to go up to the upper reach of the river and see. I think that'd be a useful exercise for me. I'm just interested in. We heard a submission earlier on today about deprivation in the Whakatane council area, and I'm just interested in. Presume this would come through a targeted rate. So when you talk to your neighbours, this is something that they would be a priority for the use of the rates?
I'd say it would be. One of the main concerns, key concerns that come to the River Forum is the deprivation of our rivers and the whenua that surround it. So, I can't speak on our neighbours' behalf, but for myself personally and Te Taute, if this were happening locally, which it does happen, the further down you come, the more degraded the waters are. So I can't speak for our neighbours in terms of that, but it's probably something they would bring up at the forum that they would like to look into and be supported in definitely.
I think it's been a good question. I think relationships are important, regardless of where our boundaries lie. Whether we agree with it or not, there is an inherent accountability, the expectation that an intervention at some point needs to happen. And deprivation is not just isolated to Whakatane, it is nationally wide. And so what does that relationship look like when we have to step into that space and then find new ways of working out the solution? We as humans, we have bad behaviors. We're all aware of that. So how do we start to change the culture that currently exists within the environments if we're going to make a shift to so that deprivation doesn't become a thing anymore?
Councillor Von Duddleston.
Yeah, thank you both of you for your submission. Just there is an issue in times of flood, and I've seen it in 204 and 207, and again in the last EGCM, where we had thousands, like 7,000 tons of logs getting hooked up in the Hena Dam. And I think what we're doing as a partnership with the River Forum is really essential if we're going to overcome long-term issues. And I see that. I'm just so grateful that the dam was there to stop those logs, because imagine what would have happened if they'd hit EGCM. So that's the sort of stuff that I think you need to address as a forum as well. Long-term, how do we actually prevent it from happening in the future? And it's when, you know, a lot of that land is Maori land, but it's been leased to pension funds, whatever. So it's only indirectly your responsibility, but it could be a major issue. And I can assure you that, you know, I'd be keen to see our council working to find solutions to that, because long term, it's not a very happy outcome if that continues. I will say when we go and do a tour, and I did an extensive lot of time, I chaired the Rangataiki plan change when it brought the treaty settlement in. So I am well versed in that river. And in our site visits, we asked Trustpower to take us up to the, I can't think of the name now, of the top dam. And they couldn't find it. They got lost in the forestry, and we never got, you know, we saw it from the top, but we never got down to the bottom of it. So I hope if you do us a tour that you won't get us lost in the forestry like Trustpower did. Anyway, collaboration seems to be working really well in that river forum, and I commend you for the work you're doing.
In response to, well, we will never get you lost. As children, we swam a lot of these rivers. Our ancestors swam them without dams there. So not only is it a council and area issue, we are talking with dams and putting things in place, because we do see a way forward where the dams for us may not be necessary, but they are necessary in a sense. But how do they work in keeping us and our issues around the tuna, which have, you know, you've got data, repeated data stating that if there's a continuation in the degradation, we're going to have an extension of our kaitiaki, which is the longfin tuna. So working with the dams is also something, and we've been lucky to have the councillors that we do have on the forum who work with us to ensure that we have these conversations with these corporate entities to make sure that we're sticking to what the Tara pathway is stating. So it was a co-governance that created this document, and I think we've been working effectively to try and get the outcomes that reflect what this document states. But thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Shirley.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for the submission. I don't attend the forum meetings, but I am involved with the advisory group. Fascinating issues there. It seems to me that we've got accelerated erosion in upper catchments from defoliation, particularly with the explosion of deer and possums, in the areas particularly. And that, of course, is generating another problem with having the hydro schemes that are impeding the natural movement of the gravel. So we're getting, as you appreciate, serious issues with the build-up of gravel fans, perched rivers now above the adjoining farmland. I'm just wondering, what is the perspective of the forum in terms of working towards perhaps larger scale managed extraction to try and address those problems? It's really a combination of the two, the degradation of the uplands and then the interventions in the lowlands, which are exacerbating that problem, the natural flow of gravel.
Thank you, Councillor Shirley. As you know, we've had these conversations at the advisory group, and it was also followed up with the River Forum. Now, we've been quite fortunate to have Councillor Malcolm Campbell come out and have discussions with us and the River and Drainage team. And we've started conversations because on our part of it, we've always said we're not rocket scientists. You don't have to work backwards to get a result. So there was something in place a long time ago where we had contractors milling up the top, where it stopped a lot of it. It doesn't mitigate the whole problem, but it lessens it. So those conversations are underway now, and that was a combined effort through regional council members and Te Rūnanga Ngāti Manua themselves. So this will extend to the advisory group, where we can have conversations with our farming groups also, and our whanaunga, which are downstream in Ngāti Haka and Te Haihai, Tūhui, because these are all key factors. And when we have all these people at the table who have the same issue and we can work together to solve an issue, I think that's where we get the best results and the best outcomes. And once again, thank you, Councillor Campbell, for bringing that meeting out to Ngāti Manua, which has started another foot in the right direction to help mitigate the problem, not just for council or iwi, but also for the community, farming community involved as well.
Anyway, for your submission, could I also compliment you as chair of the forum and your fellow forum members, of which we are one. So I don't get to all of them, but it's one of those forums, co-governance forums, as you said, which is relationship is really important, and you just seem to get on and get stuff done. So many thanks for that, and best of luck for the next 12 months and continuing to get that work done. Thank you. Next letter is Brian Gibbons. Councillors, on your hard copy, it's 172, in diligence, it's IND 102.
I'm not out of my depth in the scene, but talk about the future proofing of Whakatane. It's destroying the town. It's like Whakatane is a beautiful town. What's happening there is a disgrace, really. Only like a couple of years ago, we were going to turn the town around to look at the river. Now we're going to look at the wall. So it's not right. I'm a common sense guy, and it's just a waste of money as far as I'm concerned. The bar, I understand why you think the town might flood, but it's if it's managed properly, the fuse of the spit there, there's nothing wrong with it. I know it was like 2004 was the last big event. I was involved in it, and it was on, and it was spectacular. We were down the island, the boats off the wharf there, and the police came down and told us to move. And the spit blew out, and the river just dropped like that. Probably at the wrong place here to talk about it. Maybe it's my concern anyway.
Questions, Brian?
Maybe if the engineer's here, he can talk to me about it. Maybe it's sort of.
It's probably outside the gambit of this forum here.
No, it's sort of.
Councillors would have read your submission, which, as you said, or about the visual impacts of the revitalisation of the, or re-establishment of the protection around town? Councillors? If not, could I thank you very much, Brian, for the time you've taken?
Yeah, no, we'll just see what happens.
Forward.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Tom.
Councillors, next submitter is Trust Horizon, so we've got Derek Caldwell and David Floyd. Still chair, David? Still chair on the trust? Okay.
Yes, I want that. Thank you for the opportunity to have some input. We've sent in a submission, which you have copies of. I'll just make a general comment about the trust. Some of you have been involved over the years, so you've got some idea of the scale and the work we do. But we had assets of 5 million in 94, and that's grown to over 150 million now. I think probably the most the biggest funding agency in town. We've granted 50 million over the years to various energy related projects. This is working with Rise Clubs organisation in the Eastern Bay. We are restricted for granting with energy related, which restricts us a little bit, but now we're a lot more wealthy, if you like, with Horizon. We are moving to focusing on investment. A lot of the work we've done over the years has been in collaboration with other organisations, government agencies, all the councils, other funding trusts in the Bay of Plenty. And that's, I suppose that's a direction, one thing that I want to emphasise, that that's where we see the future, working with people like yourselves and getting the best bang for the buck in the Eastern Bay by collaborating with other organisations. We've made comments in the submission on the shares, which you would have read. The other thing is the representation, and I'm not quite sure, I'm not an expert on this, and I'm not sure where it's going, but it's put some figures together about if you look at the map and how large the Eastern Bay is, we've got two representatives at the moment, and that seat already seems too low, but I don't know what the intention is to with that to one. From a personal point of view, that seems a backward step with the sort of work that we've got to do on the environment and stuff in the future. I will hand over to Derek now, who's going to talk through the 4 bullet points that we've included in the letter.
Yeah, just picking up on David's point, we see ourselves as working in collaboration with others. And so actually I want to talk 3 of those points: supporting communities to decarbonise, considering public transport in a climate friendly way, and sensitive environment. We see each of these in the collaboration, and some of which sort of we're already working together on. So supporting communities to decarbonise, the trusts and intergenerational, much like the council, energy related purpose, has considerable experience in supporting communities and community organisations to be more energy efficient and to transition away from fossil fuels. As mentioned, we've been going for 30 years and granted 50 million across the Eastern Bay. Most of our long-standing funding initiatives, climate change wasn't the primary focus. It was the benefits to health and well-being, to equity, and to energy affordability. As the world's collective understanding of the impact of burning fossil fuels on our health and environment has matured, it has brought into focus the impact the Trust has had and is having to support the Eastern Bay reduce its emissions and become more energy resilient, while continuing to invest in the well-being of our communities and environment. Our funding also gives us some insight into the financial and commercial viability of projects that improve energy efficiency and transition away from fossil fuels. Once expensive technologies such as heat pumps, LED lighting, electric vehicles and solar PV are all now commercially viable with reasonable payback period and financial returns associated. That's without accounting for the cost savings of reduced emissions. Often the barrier to adoption is one of financing. So the Trust has established a community bond facility in conjunction with community finance. This is a really good example of a local circular economy where one or more community partners, such as the Trust, are able to support the acceleration. An example of this is where we've partnered with the Kawerau Enterprise Agency and Community Finance that will enable refrigerant destruction in Kawerau. Previously, gases were being exported to Australia for destruction and also to install on shared buildings. To put the impact into context, the company who does the refrigerant destruction is planning to destroy the equivalent of 20% of the entire district's emissions each year. If there are other community opportunities we're aware of that our community funding could support, we're happy to discuss these with council. Trust has also expressed a willingness to contribute to other collaborative funding that support communities to decarbonise. An example of this is your schools fund, which has been able to grow its impact this year through our Trust support and of others. We've also offered to support our local district councils with initiating community climate action funds, and we're open to the discussions on how this is delivered and supported by other funders such as the Regional Council. Public transport in a climate-friendly way. Transport is an area where technology already exists to significantly reduce emissions. Reducing vehicle use through mode shift is the simplest approach and also has the greatest impact. The Trust has supported our local council's active transport initiatives and provided assistance to overcome barriers associated with electric vehicle use through our granting, such as bringing the first fast chargers to the Eastern Bay and enabling the first EV chargers in New Zealand to be Ministry of Education approved and installed across 6 Whakatane schools. We see an opportunity to work with local partners such as Eastern Bay, the District Council and the government's equitable transition strategy to bring your trial of innovative, flexible public transport using electric vans to Whakatane. This Eastern Bay of Plenty work towards becoming a future-ready community and provide strong evidence to compare with the existing underutilised service. Last area we wanted to talk to is protecting sensitive environments. You may be aware Toitu has announced it is no longer accepting New Zealand carbon offsets. Programs have not kept up with international best practice. And this is due to projects double dipping with the emissions trading scheme. Half of New Zealand's native forest cover has been whether locally compliant schemes could be supported to enable native reforestation in areas, particularly those prone to landslides or at risk of biodiversity loss. Currently, the district exotic forestry is a net emitter related to carbon sink. New Zealand heads towards its legally binding target of being net zero by 2050, and if mandatory climate-related disclosures apply to more businesses, we expect there will be greater interest in local efforts. Economist Burl estimated in 2023 the potential cost to New Zealand of buying offshore carbon credits to be anywhere from $3 to $24 billion. See this presenting a local opportunity to support reforestation through a carbon or biodiversity credit scheme as part of your climate net zero work. And there is the potential to support this with trust funding. For us, we're already helping to support our local communities decarbonise and are open to further collaboration that can enhance the impact of initiatives with the Council. The Eastern Bay of Plenty and Council's work towards becoming a future-ready community, in particular with respect to the revision of an electrified and more flexible public transport system here locally. An opportunity to collaborate on extending the existing EV van trial currently underway. We also see a potential opportunity for the district to generate income from carbon offsets or biodiversity credits to support native reforestation as a result of New Zealand's open to discussions on. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we welcome any questions.
Derek, thanks, David. Once you raised some good points in terms of your councillor representation, the council's position here is maintenance the status quo, but we will be out for consultation with the public, which includes the local authorities in June. And because there will be departure from the population-based, as you referred to it here, the consumption model, that ultimately has to go to sign off the departure. So many thanks to the Trust Horizon on School Sustainability and Resilience Fund. I appreciate it. Yes.
Kia ora, thank you so much. Just a few questions for clarification. So the small bus scheme, you're thinking as an on-demand, like the trial we've got going. So we're using the app system.
Yes.
Yeah, cool. And
we already have Waka Eastern Bay on-demand sort of van service here.
Yeah. Great. And with the biodiversity credits, have you what's your thinking around how that might work in terms of with you, with us, with private sector, etc. at the moment? Have you kind of expanded on what that could look like? Or
firstly, there's a leadership role in terms of actually working on using regional councils' existing sort of reserves, for example. But with the potential for private landowners, because that's where some of it, where a lot of the biodiversity loss issues are, and also struggling to find ways to get an income on their land.
And one final question. So reading between the lines, you sort of touched on circular economy. Is that something that you're playing a leadership role in any region?
I think councils, both local and regional, have a huge part to play in that. Society sort of takes a lead in terms of what council's doing, particularly around waste collection and recycling and reuse. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Derek and David. The growth that you've seen in the last 30 years has been impressive, from a $5 million to $150 million investment. So congratulations on that. That's a huge pat on the back. About your grants through the trust deed are just through energy related. But I'm hearing through your submission today, you're getting into a lot more than just energy related, like Kat said about biodiversity and the like, carbon credits, all that sort of thing. So probably a question to you, but also to our CEO. Fiona, you're looking at the likes of RECT, Bay Trust, Rotary Energy Charitable Trust to sort of combine the resources of all those. Is Trust Horizon in that loop as well? Because we're getting into that environmental space through biodiversity. So are they part of the equation as well?
Through Chair, yes, absolutely. And Derek comes and attends all the meetings.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you.
So one of the things, our trust actually has a leg around the environment.
Yep.
So to mitigate against pollution, damage caused by energy related activity. Hence why CO2 emissions would come under that.
So next question, very good to hear. You're in the loop there. The rokumitas, real concern for this council in terms of the degradation and working with Te Whānau Apanui they have a Jobs for Nature grant, considerable amount of money from the Crown, expiring in, I can't remember when, to enhance the Rokumanas. So you're part of that equation as well into the future, maybe?
Possibly, it's not something we've been part of previously, and as I say, we're stepping into this environmental space.
Big time.
Actively.
Transition in the early days, most of our focus was on granting for energy related purposes.
Saw that.
In the recent years, because of the ability that's coming out of trust. I mean, what happened with Horizon, we're going to see the original company was the lines and network business. We encouraged them to diversify into other businesses, contracting, heating, plumbing, and the aqua heat sort of empire. And that's where we see a lot of the profits coming from in the future. Higher risk, but it's growing the business. And that's allowing us now to think about not only granting initiatives, but investment initiatives and working with the organizations that you mentioned, Bay Trust and so on, and possibly setting up funds for even assisting first-time buyers, for instance, investment funds. I cover it there.
Thanks, Derek. Thanks, David. Could I just say the comment made about the notable growth in terms of the size of the trust? As you know, it hasn't been without its challenges, has it?
You were involved.
But I think one of the really important things in terms of the trust being really focused was the trust deed was changed a number of years ago to essentially you're an elected member of a local authority, couldn't sit on the trust, they're all independent.
Oh, okay.
And the transparency around the allocation of the funding, I'd have to say, improved immensely. And I think that's to a large degree the success of the way that the funds are now distributed among the community. So thanks, David. Thanks, Derek. Councillors, our next presenters are Lorna Aikman and Sonia Edwards, preserving local history. I don't want to think too hard.
Preserving local history.
Councillors, kia ora koutou katoa, ko Sonia Edwards tōku ingoa, no Pōtikia hau. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the Opotiki Heritage and Agricultural Museum Charitable Trust application for the digitisation of the Opotiki News from 1950. We would like you to support our application for funds. As you make your deliberations, we hope that the history of the Opotiki district will be taken into consideration. Lorna Aikman and I are both trustees of the Opotiki Museum. The Opotiki Museum Charitable Trust holds the Opotiki newspapers as custodians since the recent closure of the news office in Opotiki. Last spring, Opotiki News 1996 Limited gave permission for the Museum Trust to store the newspapers safely. We acknowledge that there will be no cost to the Opotiki News for any part of this collaborative project. The public would benefit from easy, comprehensive access to this local newspaper. The information in papers passed online is invaluable. Opotiki has a long and interesting history, and this would make the period from 1950 onwards accessible to us all. Inquiries from general researchers, local people, schools, and descendants of earlier residents researching family events in our history would be simplified. The newspapers from the beginning years, 1938 to 1950, have already been microfilmed, then digitized, and are available online. The recent newspapers are in delicate states and they are stored under a skylight for many years. The Opotiki News was published Monday, Wednesday, Friday in tablet form and 4 pages at each publication. At one time it was a broadsheet for Tuesday and Friday, and again with 4 pages. They are stored as bound copies. The bound copies would need disc binding to enable copying. Microfilming takes place first and then the microfilm frames are digitized. The masters will be donated to Alexander Turnbull Library, which has controlled environmental storage for such material and its preservation. The newspapers could be held there, or they could be returned to us. The papers provide research material to substantiate the history of the area. They outline treaty compensation claims for the Whakatohea iwi. They display family histories of settlers who were interviewed as the centenary of their arrival into this country was reached. The papers record people, daily happenings, local businesses, and the organizations of their time. To have these readily available to researchers and historians would be invaluable. Something of equal importance is the development of borough and council work on roads, wharves, bridges, keeping in mind the fact that the Opotiki Centre was the centre for development for the area until Whakatane grew inside. It is still important to have access to all sources of early material. Archives establish collective memories for understanding the past. Newspapers document the present as it is. Those lost years can be easily understood by reading them online. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Kia ora tātou, kia ora tātou, Mona Ekmana hau, no Opotiki Museum hau. Sonia has spoken to you about the need for the preservation of the Opotiki newspapers, and I would like to add to this by saying how important their preservation is, not only for future generations, but also for present day planners like yourselves. Knowledge of the past is crucial in planning for the future. The 1950s through to the 1970s were a prosperous time for Opotiki. The town was buzzing with local industries. It's also a time when the area experienced a number of natural disasters. Along with some severe earthquakes, the township and district also experienced major flood events. Many council and town records have been lost to fire and flooding. Sometimes it is only from the pages of the Opotiki News that we can piece together a complete record of events as they happened. Indeed, the Opotiki District Council and other organisations sometimes call on the museum to help with research questions and details, the answers for which can now only be found in the pages of the Opotiki News. The Opotiki Museum has no climate-controlled storage facilities, and we are very concerned that the papers could further deteriorate unless they are microfilmed and digitised. The Opotiki Museum is run by a trust composed of volunteers. Funding to run the museum and the adjacent Grade 1 heritage listed Shelfun and Francis buildings comes entirely from bequests, donations, fundraising, and by applying for funding to complete necessary work. Therefore, are appealing to you for help in helping to fund the preservation of our Opotiki newspapers. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Lorna. Yes, Councillor Scott.
Just to clarify, I mean, it's frightening to see the quality of some of this, and I can see how it's an important thing. I just want to understand mainly volunteers are involved, is that the way it is?
Yes, the museum is run by volunteers and our manager is paid from fundraising grants that we can 6 monthly apply for.
So you're asking for $11,000 of 80 years worth of digitalisation?
Well, we're hoping we were aiming for 22 years. Yes, which would take us into the 1980s.
Cross councillors. Ladies, could I thank you for the work that you do at the Opotiki Museum? I know it's a trust, but there's a lot of material in there that I know the historians, people in general, roll up line with the history of families, which may or may not be included in the digitisation of the newspapers. But you're right, in terms of a source for material, looking at the historic traversing of what's gone on in Opotiki in the wide area, it's a really big resource. So thanks very much for managing it on behalf of you.
We certainly invite everybody to come and visit us. It's well worth a visit.
This. Thank you.
Very much.
Submission.
Thank you.
See some Africa.
Councillors, your next submitter is Francis, who spoke to you the other day, but standing in with you today because Lee's not available is Proto. Proto is making the introduction to you, I would imagine. Minutes. Minutes, so you until Francis. Well, she's here, but so they get their stuff. So we'll get that. The floor is yours.
He Māori ora. Tēnei te tuake nei. Rangatira tak, kai te mihi atu kia koe. Ngā māngai, o toi moana, karanga mai mihi mai. Mihi mai ki ngā iwi o te awa o te atua. Kai konei a Ngāti awa, kai konei a Ngāti rangitihi, kai konei a tūpare toa. Kai konei hoki ngā whanaunga. Te mopu kaitiaki o rangitaiki. Nei taku tuahine a tere wai. Mātau, o Francis, o mere ana, o tai mai, I runga I te mana o ngā iwi o te haukainga. Koeira tēnā koutou, mo tēnei wā, o ho mai ngia, o mātau ki te whakatakoto, te kaupapa nei ki mua I o koutou aroaro. Nei kā tū kā mihi, ngā mema Māori, wahanga kia mātātua, ohi, wahanga ki te moano o tauranga, tai atu ki rotorua. Mātau, o tai mai, te kōrero I wenga te kōrero, ngā whakamāramatanga o te kaupapa nei. Ia, tēnei kā mihi kia koutou. If it pleases Mr. Chairman and councillors, here today on behalf of our iwi of Te Awa o Te Atua, on behalf of all our marae, and Ngāti Awa, Te Awa o Te Atua, Ngāti Rangitihi, and Tūwhare Toa. Tūwhare Toa ki Oni Ao, Tūwhare Toa ki Umitai. I'm also heartened with the strength of the Rangitaiki River Forum, Mr. Chairman, who have led the way in the establishment of that forum, which has been an important solid foundation for the legislation through Ngāti Rangitihi, and which enabled our three iwi to work strongly together in the restoration of Te Awa o Te Atua, which is the lower catchment of the Tarawera River. The Tarawera River is a very significant cultural, spiritual, ancestral, living, breathing being, which our ancestors have held custodianship of the life force, the Māori, the Tarawera River, centuries. The Tarawera River also is related closely to the Rangitaiki River. Its origins coming from Kaimanawa, the southern boundaries of Rangipo, as is the origins of our river, Tarawera, coming from the summit of Tongariro. Each of them flow, as each of them live, life force, our ancestors live with us. Our ancestors have held guardianship over the river. In modern day times now, our iwi and also the forum, which I'm the deputy chairman, and also our chair, Councillor Doug Leader, is also a member of our committee too. We have a strong developing relationship in terms of the new entity that's been established recently, but with the wisdom and the experience of the Rangitaiki Forum, we also work together to look after and protect all our waterways, the tributaries, the waterfalls, the swamp areas and all the sacred sites along the Tarawera and the Rangitaiki River catchments, from the upper to the source to the lower to the sea. Point. What's important and what's quite obvious to us is that the responsibility that we have to ensure that the Tarawera Forum and also the Rangitaiki Forum, we say mā te uruhuru te manu pare. That to provide good governance, leadership, and also enables us to engage many of our whānau, our hapu, including Ngāti Awa, Ngāti Rangitihi, Tūpare Toa, Ngāti Manawa, Ngāti Whare, Tūhoi, which in our catchment areas holds a considerable amount of the Māori population. We represent that we speak for and on behalf of. The restoration also is a primary function of this regional council of ours. We acknowledge also the treaty partnership, both with central government. I'll leave them out of here for this time. There's still a lot of things that are happening down there. I'm sure they'll sort it out in the near future. However, the important relationship today is about the submission and the importance of why we can continue to work in partnership together to provide equity. That's what the Treaty of Waitangi provides. That's what all our treaty settlements in Ziwi provides in terms of the iwi that have formed. Both the Rangitaiki River Forum and the Tarawera River Forum have completed our treaty settlements, and we are recognised by the Crown in legislation as the treaty partners who hold a significant responsibility, like Regional Council, in terms of looking after our waterways. I'm very pleased to be here with councillors. I see that this council is working strongly together with leadership, and that's what this is about. If you have good leadership, you have good resourcing, then the outcomes and the responsibilities that we are tasked with, they make things a lot easier to achieve. If the resources are not equitable in terms of what is required for the Rangitaiki River and also the Tarawera River Forums, then it can make our responsibilities an impediment, or even to the extent very difficult to achieve. We are in full support, as you can imagine, on my behalf of my chairman, Leith Comer, chairperson of the Tarawera Restoration and Strategy Group, which I'm the deputy chairman, and also Te Rewai Coleman, chairperson of the Rangitaiki River Forum. So we're here and humbly, but also in terms of equity and fairness, the resources that we believe are required in this financial year, up to, as it states in our submission, the 30th of June 2027. Mr. Chairman, thank you for my opening remarks. I know I have 10 minutes. I think I'll probably use only 3 or 4 minutes. So there's still a bit more time to consolidate the presentation. So I'd like to, Francis, or even take away in different parts of this presentation to speak and address it. It's in front of you. You get an opportunity to read it, and I know it's quite clear in terms of what we're thinking. So with that, the opportunity to just open our submission and hand over to Francis. Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora tātou. I'm sure you're a little bit tired of seeing me right now, but let us talk about this being a joint submission. So we have a joint submission that is sitting here between ourselves as the Tarawera Awa Restoration Strategy Group around, as we spoke about last week on Friday when we were at Huria Marae and Tauranga Moana, around the restoration of the mauri of Tarawera Awa ki te awa o te atua, and also with our Rangitaiki Forum. Makes sense especially to our councillors around it being a joint submission. Why? The current secretariat resource that we have, this person is actually critical, or the resource itself, to be able to accommodate both forums, and also a connectedness that we are beginning to share between one another around what makes sense for us as iwi who have our own settlements, and what that means for us in terms of the partnership that we have with Bay of Plenty Regional Council. So I want to be able to just quickly take this time to thank Regional Council for the extra support that you give us as the settlement iwi sitting at the table, but knowing that we also have the resource that has accommodated the rangitaiki in the past, has started to support the inception of our Tarawera Awa ki te awa te atua Restoration Strategy Group. And so our intention is to continue that resource around, and as you would see in the submission itself, it has the facts and the figures already there around what that will look like for that resource moving forward. So I don't really want to be able to speak any further to that, other than, are there any questions?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just quickly before we take questions. I'd just like to tautoko our whanaunga from Tarawera River. As you can tell, we're very supportive of each other's aspirations. It's part of that whole one river approach. The creation of their document is a long time coming, as it was for the Rangitaiki River Forum. And I'd just like to say wholeheartedly that the iwi members of the Rangitaiki also support the aspirations of the Tarawera group. In terms of our secretariat position, it's pretty much clear that she's an integral part in both these areas, not just for iwi, but also for councils. She takes on a lot of the work. This is not our daily job. We don't sit in an office all day. We're usually out and about with multiple daytime jobs, upon iwi jobs, upon forums. So having our secretariat is a key part to be able to link the work that needs to be done in terms of our documents, in terms of keeping us up to date with legislation independent of this council. It wouldn't work so well if we were constantly being advised from council. We do need that outsource, which is what we've been provided for the last 3 years with our secretariat position. So, in conclusion for myself, not only do we support our from making it pretty clear that the secretariat position is a need, not just a want. We piloted this 3 years ago and it's worked tremendously. And respectfully, we're asking to keep this position because, as we can tell, as forums, we've got a lot of work coming ahead, and we feel that her position is one that can help us move and find better outcomes.
Councillor Winters.
Mr. Chair, on page 265 and 266, you've outlined this budget for us, Te Rewai, of 111k in first year, 91 and 91 in 2 and 3. So is that for both forums, the both co-governance forums total?
Yes, that's.
So it's not 111 for Rangitaiki and 111 for Tarawera?
No.
So just for both forums?
Yeah, so to answer that, Mr. Winters, the amounts you see at the bottom are the total combined for both forums. We're under understanding that with the creation of the document for the Tarawera group, there's a lot of work to be done there, and with the Rangitaiki River Forum, we already have our document, which is up for review. So we will be looking for support in that review area, but in terms of what our secretariats put here, it is inclusive of both forums. Her budgets to date, if you follow what has been sent out to you, were under budget, well under for the work that she has done. But we're with the expectation that there's a lot more work to come. These are the budgets that we've set out for the next 3 years. As you can see, they start, it seems pretty high for this year. Well, that's the initial work, and then it drops down. And we're hoping that once these documents are in place and reviewed, that the need for that will continue. Her position will continue, but also at a cheaper cost.
Councillor Nice.
Thank you. About the symposium you have in your budget, is it intended that that would be inclusive of tomorrow Okaituna and Te Arawa to attend that symposium, or is it just for the representatives of Tarawa?
Initially, I think the objective would be the symposium. We used to have symposiums a long time ago, and that worked out well, because if you're looking at a one river approach, that's what's needed. So initially that would be conversations with the Parawera group and the Rangataiki iwi groups. And if there is a need for councils to attend, those will be brought up in our individual forums. And if council members would like to attend, then that opportunity will be open to them.
I wasn't talking about council members, I was talking about iwi representatives of other co-governance entities like tomorrow or Okaituna.
Yeah, so right now that would be a symposium between the two groups right now.
Kia ora, tēnā rā koutou. A quick question just for clarification for me. This is a proposal or a bid for funding for these two groups and not Te Maru or Te Kaituna in terms of the secretary role.
Question from me, Te Wai, and it's not regarding the submission, but just so we're clear and get clarity, and I should know the answer to this, but I don't. So whether it's yourself, so we have the Rangataiki River Forum, which is a mandated treated settlement forum, and then we have the Tarawera Rangatihi Settlement Forum. We all know that the Rangataiki River used to go out through the Tarawera Ta. Is that the one river approach you're referring to? Because the partnership that's required to satisfy both the governance forums is really quite important, isn't it? Where's the overriding mandate in relation to each of those settlements?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, the one river approach is because of the fact that both rivers, in terms of our narratives, our historical context, we're actually linked together. Even though each of the forums will maintain their own unique governance management over. So we would be specifically looking at just the Tarawera River and the restoration of Te Awa Tetua. And the Rangataiki would be looking at the Rangataiki River. Yes, it's a philosophical approach in terms of the making sure the Māori of Rangataiki as well, and the Māori of Tarawera River as well. That's the sort of one river approach, but each of us will have our own unique governance responsibilities from our forum.
Overriding, through you, Mr. Chair, an overriding mandate from that comes down to whanaungatanga and whakapapa, is what Whanaunga is talking about. So although we reserve the right to have our independence, we also reserve the right to support each other in terms of the health and well-being and the Māori of our rivers. It's a bit like having a twin sister that was taken somewhere else, if you know, and they were raised by somebody else, but ultimately you have that connection. And so when we're talking about the Māori of the rivers, for us, they're one and the same. We all flow through these rivers. And supporting each other is what we mean by the One River approach. So if there's an aspiration that our whanaunga have for the Tarawera, we from the Rangataiki will also support that aspiration and vice versa, because we flow as one.
Thank you. Councillor Shirley.
Thank you, Chair. We talk about the two rivers, but my understanding of the historical situation with the very substantial coastal swamplands that existed in front of or behind the coastal dunes was that in fact a significant flow from the Whakatane River also went across to join with what was the Rangataiki, Tarawera, and jointly went out at Matata. So that point of divergence, was considerably inland. Would that one river concept include the Whakatane as well as the Tarawera and Rangataiki?
Well, I think right now we're just focusing on our submission for the Secretariat to have that One River approach with both of these entities right now. The Rangataiki itself, the River Forum itself, has an inclusion of other iwi, as do the rights of the Tarawera group. So when we're looking at the Rangataiki, we're talking about the tributaries in the river itself. When we're talking about the Tarawera group, I choose not to speak on that because we have a group in whanaunga who are kaitiaki of that area. So what we're looking at is just the inclusion of the Secretariat to keep us aligned and keeping us in order so that we can approach that One River approach, because we do have a lot of work to do. The River Forum is already a mandated entity in that sense, where we have our documents, we know where we're going, it's up for review, which is where I think those kind of comments will come in under the River Forum. In terms of Tarawera, they have their own document where those kind of inclusions will be put in through theirs.
Just to support, councillor, you're right, the three rivers at one time flowed together as one water body. The Whakatane River, its source from Maunga Pohatu, flowing down here, and flowing through to the Orini, the Taiki, and then the Komutumutu or Gals Road, then the Waikoruahu, then flowing to the Te Awa Teatu, Tarawera, the river catchment of the Tarawera River, then out at Murphy's Motor Campus, Mr. Chairman. So I think there has been a discussion at this stage, because it's a natural part of us to be concerned for the whole waterways. It's just a natural thing for us to be all concerned for it. So I think once we get the internal infrastructure on, particularly with the Secretariat position you're seeking for support, I think that the aspirations of what you've mentioned, the untapped potential of that notion definitely will be a reality in these two river forums we've been trying to.
Well, Francis Poroto, thank you very much for your presentation. Yes, Francis, you're getting a fair process, aren't you?
3 times.
Mr. Chairman.
I didn't realise that. Just looking at, because all of that would have been swamp zone.
Submitted councillors is Stuart Chapman from Tupaki.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Tēnā koutou, ko te Ewa Chapman tōku ingo, the chairman of the hapu o Te Patiwai. Thank you very much for having me here today to support submission on Te Patiwai hapu. Also asked Dr. Paulo Tamaro to sit with me, because
one of our whanaunas that helped us a lot again that we got. And also my, so I've got the brains and the prawns with me. So just to go back on the Te Pātiwai, the letter that was sent, I'm basically here just to reaffirm with council, you guys, that in the Y25 Waitangi Tribunal, the outcome of that was that Te Pātiwai Hapu Tribal Chair is the mandated spokesman for government agencies, iwi and Hapu. So basically from there on, I took on the seat as a chair, and we're now looking at refocusing our hapu and just focusing on internal organisation and development. 14 years ago, there was a plan put in place that did not adhere to all of Te Pātiwai, and it caused a lot of mamai and hurt for Te Pātiwai, and 10 years of hurt and negotiations. The Waitangi Tribunal came out and gave us that mandate. Dr. Over here, he was part of that negotiation with us, how we succeeded in getting through. But hell, I'm only here really just to let you know, and just for your consideration, that anything that needs to be going to Te Pātiwai Hapu, Mōtiti Island, which is one of our taonga, and Tauranga Moana there, and also Pātiwai Pupu over here. We are at the moment, we've had several tribal huis and marae huis about getting a hapu management plan in place, so that the plan is to strategically manage and preserve our taonga, which is our people, our and our generations to come. And through all these efforts, we're looking at a positive outcome, relationship, partnership with iwi, hapu, and government agencies. I did send out a letter to all agencies, including the DIA, which the Motiri is under at the moment, and have come back and said they're happy to sit back and wait until we get our plan in place. So I'm just here, I'm just on the Te Ara Pōnama, yep, come on, and looking at your support in that capacity.
Well, councillors, questions? Silence them all, my friend.
That sounds great.
I just noticed in terms of your submission, you were seeking funding for a hapu management plan. And the council does have in its annual operating budgets accommodation for that. I mean, you'd have to speak to the chief executive to see what the expense is like year to year, but I mean, we do that. So.
Got some rangatahi, young ones that have come out of university with all the skills to help us put this management in place, and they have got their own businesses, but unfortunately, the whānau thing doesn't come into play. We have to pay for them, which is a great thing, because it's the education and a long paurotuhi and all that to make our plan successful, so that we can work alongside. So.
Okay. Thank you, Teo, for your submission.
Scott, you
get a good big one.
No, I was just interested in Mōtiri Island, it falls outside the remit of any local authority, is that right?
That's right.
I'm just interested in where the regional council fits in that.
Even though it's outside of that, still comes under the DIA, and there has been some contact by regional council that they would like to come inside the island and have a look and put some of their plans in place.
We still have
Yes,
consent.
you still have.
Thank you very much.
That's true.
Down as a-
One spent out there, it's interesting.
We don't.
Councillors, your next submitter is Rob McGowan on behalf of Te Waiwaka. Rob, would you like to come up? We're just preparing the presentation that you've given to staff. I'm sure you can introduce yourself. You can speak.
Yeah, county council.
Good to go. One, just told staff for preparing the presentation you've paper document. Okay. As soon as we've got it done, I see Shari's coming back, we can start. The councillors, I think most of you know Rob McGowan, affectionately known as Pa. Has a lot to do in the Western Bay. Environmental Toyo activities. Waikato Road.
I notice your logo on Johnson Reserve. Care group. So it's got your logo R1.
Yes.
PCC.
Really are keen, but people are connecting up and spreading the message, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Get it out there.
You can't hear them, can you get?
Thank you. You start, Rob.
Kia ora tātou. I know all of you councillors have seen the Te Waiwaka book. The pages that we're handing out, just a summary. The number one page is the principles and some thoughts from that. The second page is who we are. And the third page is how we mean to go about things. And so I will just speak briefly and then Kaiwa will wind up for us. Hopefully you'll get a clear idea of what we're talking about. And what we're saying is that the Te Waiwaka principles, we need to have them in the back of our mind in terms of, this is a long-term plan, 10 years. 10 years actually isn't very long. We have to keep in mind all the time our grandchildren, what we do and decide now actually is going to affect people here long after we've actually passed on. The point that in actual fact we need to realise is that we won't find the long-term solutions. Thinking that brought us to this point, we've got so many issues that we need to contend with. The whole climate change issue, pollution issues, water quality issues. what we need is a different set of priorities to guide us, and that's what Tiwai Waka is. The first thing, of course, and especially for us here on the Bay of Plenty, we depend, the whole economy is based on our whenua, on our landscape, and on our oceans and things like this. If they are not in good health, no matter how hard we try, we are not going to be in good health. But the key message with Tiwai Waka is we must look after the whenua first before we actually other considerations. Current government are very much focusing, we've got to fix the economy before we can do things right. We're saying, yes, we have to fix the economy, but that will only happen if we care for the whenua first. That's our priority. And using that as a guideline. And so for every action that we decide, we must ask ourselves, does this help the whenua more than it hurts? If an actual fact takes more than it gives back, that should not be permitted, because even though it won't affect us, it will affect those who follow us. And that's a very simple thing. The book says it much better. Whole idea is that for you as a council and for us as a community, always remember what is the priority. We depend on the whenua for our sustenance, so care for the earth so that we can be well.
And just from the connecting part of Tiwai Waka is kind of focusing on working like the whenua, connecting together, and like Pa said, this is a 10-year plan, long term, but quite a short time of time. But if we can get it right now, we can work towards it over the next few years, and long term we can connect and work together like our taiao does. Yeah.
You know, read it from the back here, and so the point is this. Solutions we need don't come from you or from me, it comes from us. What we need is the faith to believe it is so, not to close our minds to the possibilities of what we achieve when we truly learn how to work together. You know, so much pressure was put on council to make decisions. Things won't happen unless we, the whole people of the Western Bay of Plenty, work together for the future. And that's really, hopefully, is what Tiwai Waka wants to achieve. We've got so many people working in parallel for the same goals. Actually, we'll work much, much better if we connect and work together. So we're going to try and do it from the ground roots. The leadership that comes from the council will, in actual fact, be the key to an actual fact keep us moving forward. It's our future we're working for, not just our short-term economic benefit. Rave on forever, but ka te rā tēnā pia.
Solanese. Oh, thank you, Pa. It's wonderful to hear you again. I think I totally agree with you. I believe that everybody needs to be engaged in this way of thinking. And worrying me is that so many of our urban dwellers are disconnected from the whenua. Whereas Tangata have got a very strong cultural link to the whenua, very many other cultures don't. And having lived in the Eastern Bay in a lifestyle area, it always hurt me when I would be on my walk and I would find somebody had dumped their garden rubbish or their couch or their double mattress or something on the corner of the road, because I'm not sure whether it's because they couldn't afford to take it anywhere else to get rid of it, or they just didn't care. And have you got any thoughts or suggestions on how we can engage the hearts and minds of people like that just don't appear to care about the whenua?
Basically, help people stop making excuses for themselves. You know, we've got so much emphasis on individual rights, the many first generation. What people have to realise that my rights depend on our rights. And it's only when our community is strong and functioning that my rights will actually have a chance of being fulfilled. And so people isolate themselves from that. That's where the effort needs to be made, to make people realise that in actual fact, I depend on us, and unless I contribute to the us. And so it's going to take some hard working. There's tremendous things beginning to happen. Well, our manager, I suppose, chairman for Tiwa, the Kairaranga, we've got to weave it all together. A tangata whenua isn't a person whose ancestors have been here for 1,000 years. A tangata whenua is a person who can hear the land talking. And just as with the rain around the ground, thousands of people went down to the beach to help clean up the beach, to make our beach beautiful again. That's the spirit we need to engender through the whole region. And the thing that will do that is to make people realise, actually, we can do this. It's not hopeless. That if we work together, we can do things which most people will say are impossible. And that's really what we want to see happening.
Yes, councillors. Well, thank you, Pa. Having read your wisdom here, but in the events of the last couple of days, in terms of the relevance of our habitation and on a wider spectrum of the universe, we have to stand back and say those external forces that will inevitably have an effect on our existence, the way we behave, are pretty impressive. And I don't think people stand back and think about those things, long enough and hard enough in terms of, those people who saw that, what do you call it? The aurora borealis the other day. You have to say that was pretty spectacular. And I suppose between it being a visual thing that you could shape as opposed to something that created an outcome totally different is probably very small. And I think humanity and the earth has probably been through those scenarios historically in the thousands of years that we've been around.
Stardust. Everything is stardust.
Yeah.
I think the aurora made us realise how little we are. We can be the biggest king of the anthill, but that's all we are. And in terms of the size of the, I think they say the universe is 1,000 billion light years wide so far, and it's still expanding. And we just got to get over ourselves and realise that we're little. Stop stuffing around like Donald Trump.
What?
You sound like a
Speaks very highly of you.
and really work together. We've got to stop making excuses for ourselves because the planet's got by several billion years, 4 billion years without us. We'll carry on. If we want to stay part of it, it's how we actually work on it. And the thing is, we just keep finding little holes to hide in and excuse ourselves from being part of the world and actually fact we depend on. So it's a bit of a shake-up. And Tiwa Waka wants to shake people up in a way that gives people hope. If you've got hope, you can really work. Maybe our problems with our community and dumping rubbish and all sorts of negative stuff is the fact that people have no hope and therefore they just sorry, I'm waving on again.
That's right, and that's probably a good point to thank you both very much for your presentation.
Yes, we just hope that the council will actually think of the fantail every time you start making a plan and actually think, yes, we need a plan that's going to look after our grandchildren's grandchildren.
Have a little look and then go, and then knows how to get out too. Very smart.
Oh.
Cheeky, they just come to have a little look.
That's social.
Yeah, it's over here.
Understand.
The other birds kind of come in,
Yeah.
freak out.
They go. They jump around.
Set on the light and look.
Yeah. Briefly, it's not a safe place for you.
Yes.
So you can't see you and anybody.
Yeah.
Pretty quick.
I just want to ask,
Joined at the adjourn to 3:30, unless I can bring some of these presenters forward. Because I know some of you go back to Tauranga.
Yeah.
Trying to get some of the submitters haven't arrived or they're pulled out, so we're just trying to adjust the agenda item. Welcome. Councillors, so you've got this individual submission. So it's individual 412 of your hard agenda or 67 on the
Council and staff. Appreciate the opportunity to make the submission. Looks like up here now. That's a little bit earlier than I expected, but anyway, you will read my submission as I understand it. Probably not know who I am. Jane Jones would probably call me a lime green mannequin in his terms. So I'm a orchardist from Te Puke. I grew up in Te Puke. I went to Te Puke High School. While I was at high school, I was in the football field 4 times that the school bell rang, run on the bus, go home before the floodwaters stop us from going home. Water would stretch from Te Puke to Papamoa, a rowboat right across. That's how things were in those days. So the Kaituna scheme was the last major coastal drainage scheme that went through in the Bay of Plenty. But it would have been very similar to all the other coastal schemes. When I was at school, I used to spend my time in the weekends. In the spring, I'd be whitebaiting down the Kaituna, and I'd catch probably between 2 and 8 kilos of whitebait in an outing. And during the summer, I'd be trout fishing along with a whole lot of other kids at Te Puke High School. We'd be fishing in the tributaries of the Kaituna River. In actual fact, I've carried on trout fishing all my life, and the fishing we had then was possibly the best I've had anywhere in New Zealand. It was a fantastic fishery. I left Te Puke, went to university, went overseas. When I came back in 1980, the Kaituna scheme had just been completed. So that spring, I went down to the river. The river was all changed. But anyway, I got what I thought was a good spot. I went home after 4 hours. At 10, the river was dead. The whole ecology of the river had gone. I went down again, same result.
there was nothing left, just gone. So Dale Revington had effectively done a tremendous job in creating a drain with no regard for the environment. It would never happen in today's world. Last time I went out trout fishing, same thing. There were hardly any trout, and about half the size there had been before I left overseas. Well, I was quite annoyed about this. So in those days, there was no regional council. There was nowhere you could really go. So I went to the Acclimatisation Society and they said, well, don't moan about things, get involved, which I did. A lot of the work of the Acclimatisation Society involved the Kaituna Wildlife Management Reserve. There was construction of ponds and finding of habitat and everything going on down there. One thing I couldn't work out, that there were no large stands of kahikatea trees or totara trees for that matter in the Kaituna floodplain. Yet you go to the Waikato and you see these remnant stands all through the Waikato. Yet, whenever we were operating machinery, farmers were digging drains, logs, all through the soil. Like, there were various theories about what had happened. Some farmers believed there'd be a volcanic blast which had flattened everything. So it all pointed out to sea. All the trunks are pointing out to sea. Really wasn't until I talked to Pim to explain what had happened. This is right in the media at the moment. Civil defence broadcast. What had happened is in 1500 there'd been a tsunami. Swept in and then sucked back out. So the forests have been flattened down, all pointing out to sea. The announcement the other day stole my thunder a bit because the greatest risk I see to the coastal Bay of Plenty, and in this case the Kaituna catchment scheme, is actually tsunami. It's not, if it's going to happen, it's when. You guys you're all wise, you're clued up guys, you'll know this, but how we protect against it, I don't know, but the figure of 20,000 people dying, and who knows, but it is a major threat. All of us. Anyway, I have, I'll go through my submission, and I'm also involved in the Kaituna Catchment Advisory Group, so I'm a member of that. Before that, I was chairman of the Kaituna Freshwater Interest Group. So I know a lot of the staff and I've got a good relationship with the staff. So working through the Kaituna, there's two major projects going ahead, and that's obviously the change to the Ford Road pumping station and also the Nongata stream civil works. Both are essential projects, both need to be done. So if we look at the staff have done a really good job, in my view, in terms of the Nongata. It's got to be done. Nongata Township's at threat. I do see a bit of a glitch in the scheme in that the Nongata was a very erosion flood-prone stream, and there was some really good catchment plantings in the Nongata. These trees are now getting past the use by date and probably need to be removed but upgraded. Sort of outside the boundary of works, which starts below the main highway bridge. But it's part of it because if these trees become tied up in the two bridges, they affect your infrastructure. To me, whilst it's outside the criteria of the of the catchment control scheme, I do think it needs to be addressed. Secondly, moving lower down into the Kaituna, areas above the water be restricted in terms of flood control. I think it's important. There's a ponding area. It's a little bit like a balloon that blows up in the flood, and then we end up, as the tide runs out, disperses over 2 or 3 tidal cycles out through the Makatu and Kaituna River mouth. So, my position on the Kaituna Catchment Control Scheme Advisory Group, I'll look at some of the longer term aspects rather than the day-to-day rating aspects, and it's the advisory group sort of usually ends up individual farmers or farming groups wanting improved flood control. They're doing this because, one, the land is sinking as they drain it. Well, this land is peat based, so as you drain it, it contracts. So the land is going down, the sea is going up. The weather events are getting more extreme. One of the issues I raised with the team was sea temperature. And I've always been interested in weather from when I was a kid. And I've always been interested in tropical cyclones and the way they behave. But I arrived at a meeting and I said to the council engineer, Mark Townsend.
Oh, he's just walked in the door.
Oh, speak the devil.
Heard your name.
The devil. And I do have a conflict because he used to work for me as a kid. However, his brain's a lot bigger than mine. Anyway, I said to Mark about 3 years ago, I said, are you concerned regarding the rise in sea temperature? Because my take on the situation is the sea temperature warms, tropical cyclones that normally come down from off Queensland lose their power as they're coming down through the cold water. They either deviate out into the Pacific or become tropical storms here rather than full-blown tropical storms, tropical cyclones. Anyway, Mark goes and does his research and he said there's been no difference in rainfall events in the last 40 years, maybe.
Cyclones that we're talking about, really?
No, weather events, intense weather events. And no, there's been no increase in it. The summer just gone, the one before, I think we got out of jail. This area got out of jail big time. Cyclone Gabriel. I'm not saying I'm right. I do think we are going to get more and more of these events coming through, and they're going to tax our flood control schemes more and more. It's to the stage, can we keep building upwards, pumping more? I don't believe we can. Achieve level of service with the changing environment. The other thing I said to Mark, I was just trying to provoke him, or should I say, encourage debate. I said, what happens when the Thwaites Glacier breaks off the continental ice shelf in Antarctica? What are you talking about? I said, well, it's going to lift sea levels by 45 centimetres. It's a major threat. Once again, it's when it occurs. So, with the Kaituna scheme, and I'm sure all your schemes, you've got the same issue. You're having to pump more salt water coming in to farming land like the Kaituna. The dairy land there probably generates $100 to $200 million worth of EDP for the local area. Farms now that are becoming economic to protect. You guys are faced with a very awkward decision in your long-term plan about what you're going to do. You're going to have to retire this land. Increase your pumping capacity. Staff are far wiser and smarter than me, and they'll have pretty good advice for you guys. But as a layperson, my feeling is that in years' time, some of this land will have to be retired. Let it run its course, and we'll decide whether it's economic or not. Definitely at Ford Road, I can see salt incursion occurring in some of the farmland, and every year it's a little bit worse. Like the scheme being, I'd say threatened, but you've got a lot more urban development occurring, so there's hard surface runoff occurring, which is adding to the flood problems of the.
On that point, Barry, shall we take some questions?
Yeah, I think so.
Councillor Winters.
Thank you, Barry. Councillor Thurston and myself come from Rotorua, so anything to do with your submission from Rotorua sort of alarm bells in our ears. So in your statement, you said erosion control plantings on the Nongata upstream of the main Hamilton Highway, aka State Highway 5, are past their use by date. Some of these trees need removing and replacing, otherwise will effectively become slash. My understanding, Mark and our GM of Integrated Management, through the shovel-ready projects and the Jobs for Nature projects, we've removed a lot of those trees, haven't we? So Barry, are there trees still in that catchment that's worrying you? Because I was under the impression they're all gone, that they've been done and dusted.
I fish there quite a bit, and
so
I certainly see trees that are, I'd say, in a big event, could be at risk.
As of today?
Yep, that's the advice I'm getting from Fish and Game staff here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, yes, there's been work done.
Yep, a lot of work.
Yeah. Asking the same question in the Te Puke area. We've lost the number 4 road bridge this year, and we've lost the railway line.
Yep.
I got a phone call in February, not this February, the one before. And I said the number 4 road bridge is gone. I said, you've got to be joking. At 25 mil of rain, my rain gauge. Across the road, and I looked straight at the wire, and there'd been a massive flood. I rang Jeff Mutton. What do you make of it? He said, it's the biggest since 64. Transpired that 5 or 6 kilometres upstream from me, there'd be 300 odd mil of rain in 4 hours. And these are the type of rain events we're starting to get.
I agree.
Yeah. So in our catchments, what we get, we've got these ravines basically, which have the Raparapahoe, the Waiari, and the Mangarewa rivers. It's not forestry slash, it's actually, you get these landslides just coming from the top right to the bottom. Sometimes they actually block off the whole river. And there's a lot of native vegetation in them, and then it comes down and lodges against either the railway bridges, the road bridges, whatever. That to me is a threat to our infrastructure. And there's no way of dealing with it, quite frankly. It's not forestry slash as such, but massive vegetation build-up.
Anything else, councillors? Oh, thanks very much, Barry.
Thank you for your time.
Obviously, a well-served individual with a lot of history. I seem to agree with you, that sometimes we react to the urbanisation, doesn't matter whether it's land that was historically rolling land, high profile, high land, you cover it with tin, steel and tarmac. The rate of the water getting down to those pressure points that we observed already months ago exemplifies the risks that we run. About
One final comment I'd just like to say, the councillors and staff I've dealt with over the years, I've got the utmost admiration, and sometimes they get lobbied pretty hard without any ability to answer criticism. Seems unfair, but that's the way it is, and they seem pretty good at dealing with it.
Thanks very much for that, Barry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Councillors, we're adjourned till 3:30.
Picture.
You've got two submissions, John. You got one from Lancia Farms, one from Whakatāne Action Group. Did I see it at the back? Where you go, John?
Good afternoon, councillors and staff. Great news for our region, I see on the Friday there regarding the legendary ex-regional councillor, Ian Noble. Very noble in name and very noble in nature. Very wise man with lots of forward-thinking visions, even if I didn't agree with him all the time. The land is a great asset for the region and so generous of them. I'd like to compliment BOPRC Regional Council staff on the handling of our recent dairy effluent consent. They were very supportive around the short but uncertain time that followed the general election and the rule changes. Well done, thank you. This segues into my submission that we have just spent over $250,000 on an effluent system to keep our farm system going and ensure we have caring for the environment. We also have maintained and upgraded many of our assets and even expanded our support block. Neighbouring property become available. My point is, I'm carrying debt. Farmers carrying debt. We understand that debt is a big part of the regional council. Surely, as in my business, the aim is to decrease that debt by reducing expenditure. We have faced water inundation on at least 15 occasions over the prior 20 months. This has increased our costs, decreased our production and stock numbers on our dairy support block, as well as our dairy farm. We have 41 hectares in the Tarahu Basin and 94 hectares farm at Awakiri, which also contributes to the Angle Road pumping scheme. We are only a small operation with varying production from 76,000 kilos of milk solids to 86,000 kilos of milk solids, depending on the season. This season will be a 76,000. What concerns me is this river screen brochure that you guys have put out. The proposed increases. They have a massive impact on our farming operation. And when I looked at your long-term projections, I say I cannot afford that. I've given you all the past dairy payout schedules for the last few years. Comparing this to my rates I have paid for the last few years, I say, please, this has to stop. Dairy prices will not increase majorly in the foreseeable future. As you can see from the graph, they have hardly increased. But potential to actually drop. They certainly will not double as the rates in this have put out. And this is only the river scheme portion of my rates. What are the rest of the rates that we must pay? We need a massive rating reset on how you spend. The budgets need to be tighter, and this means projects need to be reprioritised, either scrapped or put on a list or to be done in the future when the economy turns around. Everyone, including the regional council, needs to get back to basics. Santa Claus is spending very hard-earned ratepayers' money. Rates are not only cost increases we must face, but also animal health, interest rates, fertiliser, fodder, fuel, other compliance costs, and the list goes on. I'd like to thank you for taking time to listen to me today. Thought that I'd like to leave you with. Based on last year's financial statements, I had to milk 11 cows the whole of my season and my small herd of 250 cows just to cover my rates.
John? John, can you just have a quick look? Can you just take us through the handout you, because the rates for 24 rates.
Rates and the figure they're written beside is the regional council rates. Of the net rate. Top corner.
13,000.
So if you look back down through the schedule, basically you used to be 50-50 with the district council rates, and then that's at the regional council rates increased. But what I'm actually looking at is in your brochure, the projection going forward of this here, and the example that you've quoted here is the Te Rahu Road 82 hectares, currently sitting at $15,000 and proceeding all the way up to $36,000. That's my real concern here that I've got in this, and this is your regional council brochure that you'll put out. Tell me what the proper rates is, and going forward, this is a real concern. And not only is your portion of rates are going to increase when we work with the Wakatangi District Council rates, they've got hoping to get to be at 15%. Well, we'll know that in 3 years down the track, 10 years down the track, and we worked it out that it was going to be an 8 years down the track that their rates would double. 8 years down the track, this has got them over.
This next one, Joel.
Which one's it? Is this Wakatangi Action Group?
Is it one that got lost somewhere? I don't know where they got lost, but it got lost in the system. Chairman, councillors, I'm joined here by my secretary of the Wakatangi Action Group, Gordon Dixon, and we have a number of supporters. 2 of them have not come back in. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to submit. Wakatangi Action Group was born out of dissatisfaction of ratepayers with the Wakatangi District Council, as they have not been following the direction they have often had submissions on. Wakatangi District Council has given the impression of disregard for ratepayers' money. The prime example being the upgrade of the Wakatangi District Council building. Yes, we all know they are but one part of the rating system. For many of our urban ratepayers, the district council portion makes up the majority of their rates, with the regional council portion being lesser. Wakatangi Action Group has such a diverse range of individuals following it, from young to wise, beneficiaries, superannuitants, farmers, business owners, employed, self-employed, they're all there. What we have in common is that all rates are a big portion of our income and impact greatly on the ratepayer's pocket. It's about affordability, affordability. What's affordable today may not be affordable tomorrow. We have the Wakatangi District Council saying that 97% of the ratepayers pay their rates. They are affordable. Having to prioritise rates over the other essentials such as food and heating, as they can't afford to get behind on their rates to make them any more affordable. We think not. Your organisation, the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, is big on sustainability and resilience of the environment. I ask, does the same apply when it comes to rating and the people? When I look at the river scheme brochure that was released during the submission process, hey, this is not sustainable or affordable to ratepayers. We're pleading with you. Please press stop on unnecessary expenditure. See what rate-wise will unfold today. Thank you. behalf of the Wapatani Action Group.
Councillor Scott.
Thanks, John, for both those. I just wonder, you mentioned it in your submission, but is there anything looking from the outside in which seems to be an obvious low-hanging fruit?
When I looked at your guys' submission, just after looking at the Wapatani one, and it's like, holy heck. You guys fathom all that, you know, your land transport plan is just mind-blowing, the projects you've got on and that there. And it's all cost for the regional council, and it all looks like good, easy, simple stuff, but it's somewhere we've got to get back to the basics and say that this is our essential, this is how we've got to prioritize it.
Because you are interested in the second bridge, aren't you, here in Whakatane? So I'm just thinking of your land transfer space.
Yeah, exactly.
It all adds up.
Yeah, it all adds up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But nothing strikes you as.
That's why I didn't particularly mention, I want to leave a sweet thing that this is what we're focusing on today. Yes.
Thanks.
Silence.
Probably because I'm not here asking for money.
Asking us not to spend it.
Exactly. Should be easier. Short hands, deep pockets.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, John.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
So we've got two left. So we've got Lee Joyce on behalf of the we will adjourn this until they set up. They will like try and be here by the So our next presenters are on behalf of the Community Plan Group, and we've got Tracy Rarity and Sally Mackay here. You like to come up to the presenter table, and we've got Erin Tioki who will do a karakia.
Ngā oki nei o matātu e te rohi nei, ko nei, i mara koe te Ngāti Awa. E ino te honi a tātou. Ma te atua ki a tātou, i rā i a pō, o ake he mana ki hei tiaki. Tiki a whakamau ki a tīna.
Kia ora koutou. My name's Sally Mackay. Sitting next to me is Tracy and Erin, who you just heard from. We have other members in the community here with us as well at the moment. Lily and David sitting at the back, and I think Nicola might be soon. We're kind of a small group in Matata that have been working across all sections of our community, developing up a community plan for Matata. So it's about our vision and our future for the town. We've been working really consistently across all of the groups, from our iwi to our long-term residents to more recent newcomers such as myself. When the plan's completed, we'd be happy to share the whole plan with you. Today, we just want to talk about a couple of key features of the plan that most pertain to the work of the Regional Council. One of the things we've been doing, though, just so you know, we've had over 150 surveys from the local households who've completed the community survey to give us their input. And we've had various workshops and discussion group forums as well. So it's on that basis we'll present today. We had hoped we'd come on the back of the wastewater treatment group, because I know that they're going to speak to you about a lot of the similar things we're going to speak to you about, but we'll touch on a few, and I'm hoping they'll give you more in depth as well. We don't want to repeat things cheaply. So one of the things we want to talk to you about, which has come up time and time again, as you all know, is the Matata wastewater treatment plan. And I should be working this, shouldn't I? Is it for me to work? I'm going to work in the PowerPoint. I see it's been loaded. Thank you very much. You can load it? Yeah. There we go. Look, you will all know, I believe, I've been briefed, and you know the history of the wastewater treatment plant. It's been a long-term issue. And the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, your staff working with council, District Council, local community, iwi, etc., have been working hard to find solutions. It's not easy. We know that. Many of our plans have fallen over. I think we all raised our hopes up when Three Waters came along, and the offering there was that the offering there was around how the central government was going to support it. I think what we're really looking for you is, one, an understanding to understand the dimensions of the issue. And I'm sure you know about the contamination issues on our beautiful environment that's occurring because of the issues. We know we're under the offset planning maintenance scheme, but it hasn't been imposed. And what happens if that gets imposed on Matata is dire. We don't have a lot of housing. You don't have to drive around many areas to know the housing is extreme shortage across the whole of New Zealand. Matata is no exception to that. We've all worked through what was a managed retreat from the Awatariki Fanhead. We know what that looked like. Do we really want to go down a similar path again? That was painful socially and economically. It involved Bay of Plenty Regional Council having to do land plan changes, etc. You know all that history. Please don't take us down that path again. There isn't enough land there for all of those inhabitants to be able to meet the maintenance requirements if we go down that track. So that's going to mean that some of those houses will become uninhabitable. That has huge ramifications. We know we have a schoolyard that half of it can't be used because of the contamination issues. So I'm just going to fleetingly touch upon this, and I'll hand over to Tracy. I won't go into all the contamination sites and where it's been found, because I think the Matata Wastewater Group will do that far more eloquently than I can. But we're aware of it. We've all been around historically to see these issues. So I suppose enough to say to you that it's one of the priorities listed by the community that we need your attention to. And we're hoping for one, financial consideration as Waitangi Regional Council, and for your advocacy and support to central government to put it forward as a pressing issue for a small community that's trying to blossom. I'll hand over to Tracy to talk to you about the other environmental aspects we'd like to pay attention to.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Tracy Rautis ia hau, I te puake au ki Matatā. One of the main things that we would like to talk about is the healthy environment within our rohi. A coordinated management approach is going to go a long way for us. This is local government, hapori and iwi, all working together, making the plans before we start rushing out and working independently. And this is around the future development of Te Awa Tatua. Some of the concerns expressed by our local community are for improvements to the recreational aspects around the awa. That includes opportunities for fitness tracks, improved tracks, extend the tracks around the western end of Te Awa Tatua down to that closed gateway. There are two accesses to the river mouth. The western access is open, the eastern one is not. Oh, sorry, wrong way around. The western access, the eastern is open, western is not. If we open that up, we are presuming less damage to our sand dunes and our pathways. The paths are fairly rugged now, they need to be upgraded. There's been a lot of four-wheel drive, quad bikes, thank you. Because of the undulating territory, it's great for that, for the quad bikes, for recreational riding. But that is actually just destroying a lot of our plant work that we've been working with the different groups. Every year we plant up and then it's just mowed down by the lack of access. So people are making their own paths through that area. A documented maintenance plan too to improve the waterways. I spoke with one of our kaumātua about 2 months ago, and he was advised not to get his watercress from Te Awa Tariki because of the fecal matter that has been identified within that waterway. Pest and weed control around Te Awa Tatua. We have been very fortunate. The Regional Council have come out and we have worked out there on Sagittaria. Still need some work there, but there are other pests that we could be boosting our efforts. It's not just the Regional Council, it's the hapori, it's everybody that needs to get involved and make a concerted effort. Our beach and dunes area, involved in other community areas as well. And we plant out pingao every year. Come back the next year and there's not a sign of it. That's erosion, some of it is just damaged by vehicles, unfortunately. Sorry, I'm just going through my notes quickly. Regulations of our walking tracks. That's one of our high priorities. Once again, that needs to be done in conjunction with the other local bonds, iwi and hapori. So that we have less effort from everybody. It's not just left on to one person or one agency's as one responsibility. Signage is another thing. We would like signage, but in a positive aspect. Thank you out there for keeping our beaches tidy. Thank you for looking after our whole district actually, welcoming people into the community and also thanking them. Nothing negative. It's the same with walking tracks, signage, positive signage in English, in Māori, describing or talking about the history around our area. Highlight our ecological environmental aspects, and there's an awful lot of history there, but you don't know it unless you know the people who've lived it or who have researched it. And a lot of people enjoy the area. They come to us for just to relax, come out there. If they get an opportunity to learn while they're there, great. One of the other things, if there are any projects in our community, we'd like to use the council's social procurement policy to include more employment opportunities for our residents. Another thing where just with dialogue between the councils, the regional council and ourselves, we should be able to work forward on a positive plan for Matata. Thank you very much.
Just checking on timelines. Is there any time for any questions or?
There is, but you're doing fine.
Okay. Yeah, look, thank you. And look, we just want it to be short and sweet because we put it in the written submission and we know you get a lot to read. So we just wanted to highlight the key features for you. And, you know, we just really want a stronger partnership. I think all the communities working towards that, both with the Whakatane District Council, yourselves, DOCS, and all the community groups involved there. So I think we're actually in a pretty good place in Matata, but we need support.
Sally, so your submission's in two parts. One's clearly the healthy environment, the other is water. I read properly, you inferred that in the absence of a reticulated water scheme, UDC is considering buying out properties?
It's not really spoken about. It's not overt. And I think for all partners, we need to think that what happens if it doesn't, if we don't get a Manatā wastewater scheme in place. As we said, it's gone on for a long time. And if we go down the maintenance track of the asset, which in some reality perhaps we should have some time back because we know the issues we're facing. We've got 3 beautiful streams through our community. We've got leakages all over the place. You know, your teams as well as Whakatane District Council, as well as other technical people, have been testing that water for many years. So we know the issues. If we have to go down the maintenance zone, people can't comply. Their systems and the land, the mass, because of the soil issue of the absorption of nutrients and runoff, is not sufficient to be able to enable them to continue living there. So where does that drive you? That drives you into a point of saying, well, there's so many houses that are going to be uninhabitable. What then? So it's about what if, what if, what if. I'm not saying to you that we are overtly aware of Whakatane District Council putting in place that, but I would suggest to you there won't be another option. We're going down a one-way track. And I think unless we can all stand up and say, yeah, we can get a wastewater treatment plant, we can stop the environmental damage, we can protect people, whānau and visitors. That's not a nice one.
Thanks for clarifying that, because it's the first time I've ever seen that, you know, overtly mentioned. But I just wanted to clarify that point with you, councillors. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, just one question. So clearly it's the urgency of getting the system done, right?
Yeah.
My question really is it, I'm just trying to identify the problem. Is it a funding problem or is it a financing problem? Other than funding is someone else pays for it, you know, or is financing, which allows it to get done now, but it gets paid over the 100 years that it exists. Right.
I'd suggest, and the wastewater group coming on after us now might be able to answer that more clearly than we can. What we're aware of is that there has been proposals over time, and some of you will know about those that have fallen over. They didn't get through the environmental court. They perhaps didn't have as much consultation as what was proposed. and the partners were not all on site. So now, having gone down that track, it's about what are the other solutions, and I think there has been 2 models put up in recent years. One of those was very contingent upon central government funding. I think the impost on a small community at this point of time, with the amount of money that's suggested to develop a wastewater treatment plant, is exorbitant. So it's a mixture of both. It's a mixture of how do we get all the entities involved helping to resource and fund it, what's a fair contribution from community, and how do we put it in place with all partners at the table.
Councillor McMillan.
Not okay, so thanks for your submission. I just want to unpick the social procurement a little bit. So we do have social procurement policies in place. So what I want to understand is what's not working. Is it that you're not informed of tenders that are coming up, or you see other contractors in your doorhead before you've had an opportunity to be told that there is something to do that? What's the issue?
That's all it is. And if there is anything coming up with it, perhaps throw it back to us first to have a shot at it, and we'll take care of it.
Yeah.
Or we'll have a go. We'll see if we've got the resources within our town.
Oh, yeah, so just better communication on the ground. Yeah, awesome, thank you.
Riti?
Kia ora, tēnā rā koutou, i tēnei kia koutou mō kōrero tēnei ahi. Just a question around the atua and the mahi that you want to do around there as a community. And obviously you're very organised and have a group together. Have you applied for any of the care group funding, the environmental enhancement funding that we have available?
None of the organisations that I've been involved with have we received any funding for. We usually join in with somebody like Coastal Care or whoever is going to come out to do any work. That's the iwi have gone out and planted with them. The kura have both gone out and done that sort of work. Same with pest control. We've gone around site and worked with professionals, I guess, in the field.
Yeah, I'm just want to tease that out a little bit more, because you've got a wicked problem and then you've got a problem. The wicked problem, of course, is the wastewater, because it's way beyond you, it's way beyond us, it's way beyond the Wapatani District Council. So therefore, we've got to probably put the central government. There's no two ways around that. That is a wicked thing. But the other stuff is something that we can help you with, but also you can help yourself with and apply. Have a look at what community funding is available for, when we put the tracks and doing community work in the thing. So there's lots of funds that actually help communities, and whether it's even Fonterra has a fund that could be of help. There's the pub charity, there's lotteries. There's a lot of avenues, because what you want to do is try to use those avenues where you can't, separate to the wastewater one, and even the wastewater one might, you might find that you have to go everywhere for that as well. In other words, because there's no one organisation. We were told this morning by the Wapatani Mayor that it's a $35 million problem, and when you put it across the number of houses, the properties, it's a wicked problem. So that would just be my suggestion. Don't give up on any one source. Go everywhere.
Yeah, I understand that. One of the things with the funding is that these groups that we have are not registered charities. So to dip into funds, there are always some kind of requirements that you be a registered organisation, like last week's one that was advertised in the Beacon. What was that called? Anyway, it was for helping communities, but is the Marae Committee, does that fall under that? No, it doesn't. Is the school? No, it doesn't.
Dad, if I may, when we finish the community plan, one of the things we'd hope to do is actually sit down with all our groups in the community and go, what are the things of this that you could apply for? For example, we have Blue Light, you know, we have the rugby club, we have the school. So there is various groups that do have some capacity to attract funding, but there's gaps as well. So when we identify those gaps, it may well be the Matata needs a new community development group or something to become incorporated. We're not quite there yet, but we take the point and we will be seeking funding. And as you know already, I don't know if anyone follows the Matata community page, but I mean, we have, you know, local cleanups where people get up, the school comes out. So it's a very active little community and it does do a lot to support itself, and we'll be doing more so in the future. Regarding the wastewater, I suppose that's where we also look to you. We're a little voice in the ocean for that wastewater problem. We need advocacy from the regional council, from the district council, and from central government to all go, hey, yeah, this is a problem we need to sort together.
Thanks, Sally, and thanks, Tracy. As you know, this can has been kicked down the road for over a decade now. The evidence in terms of the need for a wastewater reticulation scheme is overwhelming. I mean, when you have leachate a while ago turning up on the school grounds, the reality is that not just in your little community, but across the country, local authorities have kicked this can down the road on instance after instance. And they did that on the basis that they said, we can't afford to pay, the government should pay. Well, I think under the Nanaia Mahuta's Three Waters program, there was a light that these in-need communities could be serviced under a socialisation of the costs. However, the situation we've got now is the Crown, and as recently as our last mayoral forum, and it informed the Mayor of Whakatane as well, they are not going to stand in the market for these costs. So the core responsibility falls to the local authority. I just spoke to Fiona, and I've just had confirmed that the original $6.7 million, which was allocated in, must be 2010, I would imagine, that sort of period, is still available to this community. The inflation adjusted figure of 6.7 million, it doesn't buy you what would have bought you then. So I know Janine Joyce is the next presenter, but you're right, this needs to be dealt with on the road. And I think I don't have a horizon on where the local water well is going to get to, but I've suggested it needs to lock under it so communities know exactly where they are. Because you're right, dealing with the freshwater plants, and you're right. What I've got here is very high in terms of potential houses who will not be able to meet the offset scheme. Submission. Some progress in the near future.
Thank you. I really appreciated your time and we look forward to your support.
For listening to us. Now, hopefully, we'll matata ki te atua. Also, mihi ana ia koe atua, mihi maira ia koe. Ia whanaunga hoki a tūoe, mihi maira ia koe. We've got whānau here who's going to come after us, so I leave it to them to do the presentation.
Right, that's a good segue into Janine. And you've got with you Dennis from WDC. Janine, you're speaking of on behalf of Te Neatanga. Let's clarify councillors. Bills. Is it, are you acting on for WTC or an independent?
So, kia ora koutou. I mean, obviously you all know me, but this is probably the first time wearing this hat. So I have been with Whakatane District Council on a contract for the last 3 years. And the last 2.5 of that, I have been project managing the Matata wastewater project for them. However, today, because the Matata wastewater project is in full co-design approach, I'm supporting Te Ngaitanga o Matatua o Te Arawa, which is the co-design group that has co-designed where we are to date on the Matata wastewater project. So I'm contracted by the council. I'm here today speaking with the co-design group.
Yes, you want to say something?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my name's Gavin Dennis. I'm the district councillor who actually lives in Matata. So I've been on this co-design group, but I've been pushing Matata sewage for the last 20 odd years. I first moved into Matata 45 years ago. And so I've got a bit of history. From the earlier newspaper clippings, reticulation plans for Matata started in 1969 and went nowhere. From 1983 to 87, there was another attempt at a reticulation scheme that went nowhere. In 2006, there was a public meeting where Whakatane District Council talked of a small scheme in Richmond Street due to the high groundwater levels that they discovered after the debris flow. There was an uproar at this meeting as all the stories came out from across the town of multiple sections that had problems. That scheme fell over in 2012. So this is our last chance. Just a small section of the stories of what doesn't work in Matata. The primary school, the bottom 1/3 of the playfield is fenced off permanently due to sewage pooling. The seeps at the back of the fire station, the seeps at the back of the playground, seeps at the back of the pub, the seeps at the bottom of Warbrick Terrace all cause runoff going into the curbing, down the stormwater drains and into the lagoon. And then the problems of the high water levels along Richmond Street and other places that cause pooling in sections which run down the curbs and the lagoon. It's the lady who had to wear a gumboots to hang her washing out because she's sick of having to wash the brown stuff off the feet before coming back into her house. The solo mum that I visited 4 weeks ago that was looking after her entire whānau, including her elderly mum, who has to pump her septic tank out twice a year at a cost of $1,200 a year. It's on top of your rates and our rates that we charge her. Apparently there's nothing wrong with her tank according to the experts, it just won't take away. Various sections around town that can't be mowed most of the year due to the brown swampy parts. And there's many people who won't let their kids play on their front lawn after there's been recent rain because of the brown stuff. You know, if we can't get this money, all of us from various places, I'm not just pointing the finger at this organisation, but if we can't find the money to do this job and the project fails, Matata sewage then gets taken over by regional council and becomes a maintenance zone. There are 95 houses will have to be removed because they don't meet the new onset rules. That's over 30 houses. Janine will follow that up later. So just some of those people that may be affected by the removal of 95 houses. One district councillor, one Rangatahi Community Board member, the chairman of Matata Res Association, new entrance teacher at one of the primary schools, 2 justices of the peace, and more than 1/3 of the local volunteer fire brigade, including the 3 senior officers. And once we've dealt with that, the regional council have then got to the rest of the sections of Matata and made them fix up their tanks and all that sort of stuff and put manholes and fiber filters and all that stuff. It still won't fix the problem. It's not the tanks, it's the soakage. Because what happens is it goes down into the ground, goes down about 2 metres, travels sideways, runs into the waterways, the curbs and the lagoon.
Atihe mauri ora. Tēnei tore o, ngaiwi, o te awa o te atua, ko tai mai. E kone e anga ti rangitihi, e kone e anga ti awa, e kone atu whare tō ki o nia, atu whare tō ki ngā ti umutahi. E tau toko ana mātou te mahitahi, I te taha o te kaunihera, e o na māngai. Mr. Chairman, gathered here today are representatives of our iwi, Ngāti Rangitihi, Ngāti Awa, Tupareto ki Oniau, Tupareto ki Ngāti Umutahi. And we have worked hard to ensure that the foundation of this relationship is absolutely based on our Treaty of Waitangi and how we work together for the benefit of everybody. Article 1 in our relationship references the point of how those relationships work between iwi, between our marae, between our hapu, between our communities, and of course, our treaty partner with council. Article 2 also ensures that in terms of what we're requesting today in our submission, that it's going to enhance and protect the whole of Matata, provide better health care, well-being, so that our people won't be sick and unwell. It has come now the time that we need your help and support to ensure that we have the infrastructure to strengthen what we need to provide good methodologies in terms of sewage and wastewater for our community. Article 2 of the Treaty of Waitangi, in working with our 3 iwi, which has been a huge direction forward for us as a community. Article 3 talks about how we, as the local iwi and community and council, can work together. And in the last 2 years, I heard some minutes earlier, Mr. Chairman, saying that the combination of the relationship did not work. In our view, it was the wrong timing and also the wrong people. We now have the right people. We have the right leadership. And in terms of Article 3, today we put the submission forward to you, to council, as our treaty partner as well, to provide the strength that we need to move forward as a community together. And finally, it recognizes more than just the infrastructure and the physical side of what we're doing today. It's bigger than that. We approach this together as a spiritual sort of connection, recognizing our ancestors of the past and those who have fought also to ensure that we, as the descendants of Matata today, get good quality care to protect our future generations unborn. I present this to you on behalf of Ngāti Awa, on behalf of Ngāti Rangitihi, on behalf of Tupareto ki Kawera, Tupareto ki Oniau, as well as Tupareto ki Umutahi. Today, we have a commitment and we work in the strength of who we are. Today, we stand before you with mandate, proper mandate, being given by our iwi, by our marae, by our people. Thank you for listening. Tēnā koutou, I think I got 1 minute down pat. Tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa, ka huri.
So I'm just going to run through a little bit. Obviously, you've got the submission in front of you, and I'm not going to go into heavy detail in terms of the projects, but you to take questions. But I think what was discussed just now is the project is not just about a piece of kit, a piece of infrastructure, a wastewater scheme that we're putting into the community. This is actually about being able to change a number of well-beings and outcomes across that entire community and for Whakatane district. So it is also about community wellbeing. It is about environmental improvement with the issues that we're having down to water quality, our public health outcomes, and Councillor Dennis has run through obviously a number of what the community members in the households are dealing there. Definitely about our improved cultural outcomes, and you also would have seen a supporting letter from the Tarawera Awa restoration strategy group that we've well aligned with what that group is trying to achieve, and obviously all of the outcomes and benefits that they want to achieve with the Tarawera Awa restoration. We're also about the importance of the whenua and the awa in Matata and how the project will actually improve all of it. It also is about supporting growth. So there is growth opportunities currently in Matata that can be unlocked with a wastewater scheme, public development and public aspirations with the 3 iwi in the area. And we, along the whole way, have been looking at how we can have the most improved and cost-effective solution to wastewater in Matata. There has been a little bit touched on in terms of the status quo, and I won't go into any detail, but in essence, we do have a problem if we remain with status quo. So status quo is not do nothing and it is not do minimum. Status quo is a significant impact and a significant consequence for Matata if a reticulated scheme is not successful this time around. So obviously people have spoken about maintenance zone, the offset plan, and obviously the New Zealand standards, and all of that comes into effect in terms of Matata. We have done a desktop review of the houses and the sections across Matata, and we can say just on that desktop review that we feel there are 95 current houses that will not meet those national standards, whether it is they're too close to the waterways or it is in actual fact having the appropriate amount of land to be able to deal with that. I think also what was touched on already is that it's not just about septic tanks. This is not a septic tank failure issue. This is an issue of high groundwater sitting in seeps and washing out onto our streets, our playgrounds, our backyards, our front yards, our waterways and our lagoons. No fixing of septic tanks and disposal fields will fix this problem. It won't. We've got 2.5 years of environmental monitoring that is saying we can't fix this with just septic tanks alone. We all know the current challenges, and obviously we've spoken about what's happened with the Three Waters reform and the repeal of that. We also don't, and a little bit uncertain about what local water done well means. And I've also been working in another part with Whakatane District Council, helping them write their infrastructure strategy and bringing back Three Waters into their long-term plan and their infrastructure strategy. So I'm very aware of the issues that local government are facing, including with the ability to fund and finance Three Waters over the long term across New Zealand. And it is a critical issue for all of us. And we don't take that lightly as working on behalf of the council. We are going to need external funding sources. So it has already been earmarked. The Ministry of Health has been holding on to 6.7 million, unfortunately not included inflation, as we understand from about 2010. They have indicated this time around that if we don't uplift the money, we are the last project left in that scheme that no longer exists. If we don't uplift the money this time, that money will be reabsorbed back into the Ministry of Health. So this is the last chance to uplift 6.7 million from the Ministry of Health, and we've been keeping them regularly updated throughout the project over the last 2.5 to 3 years. So just in summary, really what we hear today is about, in my mind, about a co-partnership and a co-investment of a very critical piece of infrastructure that is required in the Whakatane district. It is about all working together. So there is currently funding in the draft long-term plan and in the infrastructure strategy of the Whakatane District Council at about 50% of the total cost of the project, and we do require 50% external funding, including the Ministry of Health 6.7 million. So we are looking for a commitment from themselves to co-partner with us, with the co-design group, with Council and the Ministry of Health to put this project in place. We're also urging that obviously there's an issue with Three Waters across the district and continuing to work together on that in a partnership. And I can't emphasise the importance of the co-design approach that we have been working through in the last 2.5 years and the importance that that has brought to the project. And me personally, the huge learnings I've had out of managing an infrastructure project through a full co-design approach with iwi and hapu, and really it's ended up to where we are today. The good news is, and I can't talk about detail in the public, but we are right on the cusp. So we have preferred sites. We are currently working through with the landowners what that looks like. So we have are dealing with that right now. We have a preferred scheme. So we've worked through with that with all of the co-design group, and we've also workshopped that with the Whakatane District Council members. And once we've got that a little bit more firmed up, including with the land, we're also more than welcome to come and talk to you further about the project and also talking through how we've got to where we are. So we are very close with the co-design group to formally reporting to Whakatane District Council. At this point, it will be in early July to the Infrastructure and Planning Committee, subject to the land and planning agreements, where we will be seeking support for the project, including the preferred sites, the preferred system, and moving to a resource consent process. The other part that we've been, are working on at the moment is a business case. So we are going to fully develop a business case, obviously looking to work through that with you as well. And the business case will very clearly outline the importance of the project, the outcomes and benefits and the case for investment. And it will also look to be able to be used with yourselves, with the Ministry of Health and other external funders, if we look at that opportunity, with that business case and very clearly articulating what that case for investment and that case for change will be. And we will look to work with you on that and use that to support a formal approach from the Whakatane Council for funding support for the project in the short term.
Councillor Shirley.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for that presentation. It's certainly a serious problem, and clear from the submission that it's nothing wrong with septic tanks. It's just there's no disposal because of the groundwater issues. What troubles me, or what I find curious, is that it's a long-term problem. It's been around for 10 years plus, probably a lot longer than that. You know, those problems would have been well known for decades. And yet you're saying that the first step is to finalise options for treatment plants and disposal sites. Why has it taken to this point to actually start thinking about a solution? Is that a failure of the Whakatane District Council, or why, having had decades of this problem, are we now only looking at options for treatment and disposal?
So there has actually been many attempts, including preferred sites, preferred options. So the last attempt, which, correct me if I'm wrong, with the technical team in 2015, went through resource consent and was declined in the Environment Court. So there has been multiple attempts at trying to do solutions.
Sorry, I don't know this. On what grounds is it declined?
So we actually went back and did a lessons learnt review, and I wasn't around at the time, and I'll probably summarise a little bit, but it was on the inconsistency of a number of the monitoring data supporting the benefits. So we have this time done a 2.5-year environmental monitoring program. The site that was actually going to be used for the treatment plant was not supported by local iwi and hapu. So again, the way that we've approached that this time around is we have done a full co-design approach with iwi and hapu. There were just a number of things that weren't, I guess what I would say wasn't probably as good a followed process as what it could have been, and it was declined in the Environment Court. This is the next slide.
So obviously you're looking at some form of packaged treatment plant.
Yes, so we are looking at a modular treatment plant, and the reason for modular is so that it can be built on from. So we are looking at a stage 1 delivery of the project that will cater for 400 households. There are currently 240 in Matata. So that allows for growth within the district plan, including papakaiinga development and economic development. But the way we design the treatment plant is that it is modular and you can build on from it. And we are also looking at disposal fields for the medium term, and we have a longer term option that we could also look at later on.
I suspect disposal fields will be your biggest challenge.
Yeah, so at the moment, the two sites that we are looking at are very close. So in essence, you'll be treating one part and disposing on the other. So we will have one of the sites will also have the treatment plant, as well as some of the disposal land will be on that site, and the other site is very close to that site, and it is specifically for disposal. Yeah, but it will be highly treated. Yeah.
Thanks, Janine. Janine, I'm going to say, won't rub you up the wrong way, but relative to Councillor Shirley's question, I find little excuse for the delay between the judgment of Judge Smith and to where you've got today. That's the political will of the local authority. We're sitting around the council table to make this happen. As an operative, I have to say, I've got confidence in you know what you're doing in terms of bringing these projects to fruition. But you did mention in your last slide that you are doing a whole infrastructure review for WDC. Captured within that are wastewater renewals, consent, and capital requests, both at Edgecombe and at Taniatua. If I was sitting around the council table in WDC, I'd say, where's the big level strategic plan as opposed to doing these silo modular little things? Because the next one, from your commentary up there, you're going to be rocking up to this table, the next LTP saying, we want some for Edgecombe, we want some for Matatā. But in WDC's long-term plans, you've got 3 consents, including the Whakatane one. I'd sit back here and say, why don't you approach it from a very good strategic level, capture everything and have the one plan? Yes. And I mean, it's not your gig.
Yeah.
But from the councillor's position, those are the sort of questions we're going to ask, because it's fair to say that water articulation is not the regional council. Yes, this regional council has probably been the only one in the country has made contributions to wastewater schemes, and some of them we've been burdened badly because of the project management. So all I'm asking is extract a question from you because it's an answer from you because it's unfair. But if I was looking at this, I'd be looking at comprehensive analysis of what are we going to do with all those Matatā, Edgecombe, Taniatua, and Whakatane. Dennis, you might want to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do know that after the last failure that there was ongoing talks, and I was in a committee with Jeff Farrell and Terry Long and myself, and we spent a number of years trying to work through what maintenance zones would look like and what future plans would look like. The judgment that the last plan didn't meet quite what was required through the council a little bit, and so they were trying to work through with Terry Long how to go forward. And he actually wrote a document earlier on about the need for sewage and Matatā as a result of that. Now, I do know that with the you go back 5 or 6 years ago, there was a proposal on the table to combine Taniatua sewage being pumped to Whakatane, Matatā sewage being pumped to Edgecombe, through to the settling ponds and the fluid being pumped to Whakatane to form a combined one. So that if you need to do upgrades, you have to do an upgrade. Back then, about 10 years ago, that was going to cost $35 to $40 million. And since then, inflation has blown up. And it was in the really, really hard, and I'm not the expert here, but it got to be really, really difficult for both regional council and Whakatane District Council to work out. In the meantime, Matatā sewage was getting worse. Since the debris flow, I don't know what went on with the geology in the ground, but it got a heck of a lot worse. I know with the Matatā fire station, for some reason after the debris flow, we had fountains coming out of the bottom of the backyard. We actually siphoned the whole of our septic tank through the station. We had to shut it down for a while. Since then, we have actually had to cut off the soakage pipes for the Matatā sewage, for the sewage, and do a containment tank. But last year, with all that rainfall we had, we still had water popping up through the back of our yard that was coming under the station, around the curving, into the stormwater drain, into the bin, for something like 9 or 10 months. When the council tested that, that had fecal matter in it. So we've been trying really hard to get through, but I think since we got Janine as a project manager and the technical team behind her, this has been the best temp we've ever had, and this is a temp that may succeed, and we're positive that this one's going to go.
Thanks, Gavin. Just before I come to councillors, Janine, $2 million is what you put up on the wall there with the Ministry of Health subsidy. What's the total capital?
So it's a total capital cost of 38 million.
38.
Yeah. So in essence, we need 19 million from external sources and 6.7 million of that. So in that 19 is the 6.7 million, which roughly leaves you at about 12, but that was in 2023 dollars. So obviously we're expecting that by the time we hit construction, we could be 3 to 4 years. So at the moment it's costed in at 38 million plan.
So I've got Councillor Eatey, Von Duddleson and Wood.
I was just going to say with the integrated scheme, one thing we do have to think about is you still would have to do all of the pipes in Matatā, you still would have to do pre-treatment, and you still would have a massive issue of pumping a small amount of wastewater anywhere in kilometres of pipes. So I understand there is a bigger question around the integrated scheme. We did look at it as an option at a high level, and it has a lot of constraints in being able to make it work, let alone the cost of it.
Councillor Reddy.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair, kia ora koutou. Thank you for the vigour with which you have brought the submission to this council. I think with that sort of energy and with the community behind you, it certainly helps the case. It's my second LTP. This sort of energy wasn't here for this particular kaupapa during the last LTP, so I commend you for that. My question was along the lines of what the chair was saying with regards to if you're looking at capacity of 400 units. I guess my question was, what sort of area are you looking at? Just a township? Were you starting to look further? Because I am, notwithstanding its comments of like you had enough time, why is it taking this long? I'd like to look forward, but looking forward, it's a fair point in saying, why aren't we looking larger? We do not want to end up in the street where Edgecombe's coming and looking and asking for the same issue. I live just down from Taniatua, same issues. So my question is, for the 400 units that you're currently looking at and that you're going to be forming the business case around, what area is that? Is that just a township or?
Yes, correct. So it is for the Matata township and the ability for the township to grow the campground and any papakai development that is also on the land. So at the moment it is looking at, we roughly say the project covers the 10-kilometre radius of Matata.
So under the current scoping that you're looking at building the business case around, which of course will cost money and take resource, there is no scope to looking a bit more high level in terms of Edgecombe as well.
We will be really clear that it is for stage one and that the business case, especially the treatment plant, will be designed in a modular, but until we actually would go through and do all of the planning for something like Edgecombe or Whakatane or Taniatua, we wouldn't look to include that in the business case, just given the detail that you require, but we would be very upfront that the project in essence can be integrated and it has a module design of the treatment plant, which means it can be built on. The only thing I would say though is any connection to Matata or the way that Matata would be integrated would be fully through the co-design approach that we have established here in Matata.
Because I appreciate the modular approach to it, but you're saying here in your next steps, April, May, that you've already finalised the option for the site, the disposal and treatment site, as well as being modular to accommodate further development as the site.
Very large. So just be aware they're not like a site, so one's a farm.
And it's in a location that could potentially be plugged.
Correct.
Okay.
But I do want to reiterate that any connection to the Matata wastewater scheme would be driven through the co-design approach with Noa.
Sure. And you have Ngāti Awa there, so. Rangatihi, Tūwharetia, kia ora.
So that decision of how that would occur is all made through the co-design approach.
Yeah, thank you, Paul, for your presentation. As I said at the previous one, it is actually a very wicked problem because you're not alone in this. We have replicated, and I'm sure tomorrow we'll go to Rotorua and get from the lakes areas the same issue. And you're asking in this submission for $15 million, but I don't know, I can't gauge from the information you've given us, how do you expect us to make a decision on your case with such lack of knowledge, unless I'm missing something? So I want to know from you what you feel that on a household basis that your residents can afford. You know, what are they? Everybody has to put skin in the game to get over the line with this. And I can't see, I can't, from the submission, I just can't work it out. So can you help me on that, or is it?
So that is detail. Obviously, we're caught with the legislative timing of when long-term plans come out and when we have to put a submission in. So we're being really clear that there is still a formal decision to be made by the Whakatane District Council, and acknowledging that from that the council would then come and seek formal support for the project. So we're indicating that formal support will be coming in the short term. across this year, as we head through in the process. I do know there was a question earlier, with the Whakatane District Council submission, and the Chief Executive did ask me to clarify that there was a question around the funding of the scheme and whether that would be directly as a targeted rate with Matata. As per the draft infrastructure strategy that we put out for consultation, Matata would form part of the Whakatane equalised scheme, an equalised funding approach. So in essence, it is funded by the district. The business case work that we have just commenced, that will be where we will start to look at how you would then finance and fund that through those different elements. What we hear today is to indicate that we would be looking for a co-investment approach between yourselves, the Ministry of Health and the Whakatane District Council, and up to approximately $15 million in support.
So you haven't given me any assurance as to the local, what and you might not be able to, but this problem's been known for 15, 20 years, and it's been kicked down the road, and we're here. So when we come to deliberations and not too long far away, it's going to be really difficult to give you support, while we might want to give you support without.
Yeah, I totally understand. I guess what I'd say is we've still got to work through that detail, and we would formally come and report to you on that detail. I think just understanding this is a different project to the last one. We have fully costed the scheme, so we know roughly how much that scheme will cost us. It's now about how we develop the business case, and in my mind together, about how we actually can fund and finance this project over the long term and get it on the ground.
Winters.
Good afternoon, everybody. I come from Rotorua. We have two major sewage schemes in the Rotorua catchment. First one, Rotoiti, Rotomā, and Tarawera, Lake Tarawera, being constructed right now. The Rotoiti, Rotomā one has blown out in costs from 35 million to 56 million. For about 700 homes. Tarawera, similar number of homes, 500 homes, and it's sitting at about 30 million. The question from me to you is, could the householders of Matata form a group, become a shareholder in a group, and build it yourselves? Do the work yourself, fund it yourself, borrow the money yourself, and build it yourself. Because that question was put to Lake Tarawera ratepayers to do it themselves. And they were told by Rotorua District Council, no, you can't do that. But if you have a co-designed, functioning wastewater system that complies with New Zealand standards, you hand that back to Whakatane once it's built. Have you thought of going down that line of building it yourself? Because otherwise, if you wait for us, if you wait for Whakatane District Council, probably going to be another 5 years before turning the spades. But I suspect you've got a lot of very capable people in Matata to project manage this yourselves.
We haven't looked at that option. All I would say is we have a proposal that we will be bringing to you for formal support that we have built with that community for 2.5 years in full co-design. That will be the preferred, the best solution that we can bring to the table, and that's what we will be formally doing.
So next question is, do you have 100% support from the Matata community, those 260 homes going out to 400 homes? Do you have, because Lake Tarawera thought they had the support, and boy, there's one big bun fight going on now between the ratepayers of Lake Tarawera. Even they're in the construction zone, and some of them are saying, well, nobody consulted me. So that's my question to you. Do you have 100% buy-in from the residents?
If you go to a public meeting in Maratara at the moment, as yourselves as regional councils, you hold a public meeting, you stand up there and we get a good number of people there. And you should say to them, look, we want to talk about the sewage in Maratara. You know, the first thing that people say to you is, please stop talking about it and just get on and do the damn thing.
That's my question too.
So I, back with the last scheme, I went around to every household and got a tick on it. There were 5 residents who had just put in new septic tanks and they said no. There was another 3 that had got new septic tanks and Tui Hunt was one of them. And he said, I don't need a new one, but I'm going to tick yes for the benefit. The other 97% all ticked yes, please hurry up and do it as soon as possible. So when you go back to Chairman Leader said, when we got the $6.78 million from Ministry of Health, that would have covered 90% of the cost. Now, I don't know if it would cover hardly anything except for morning tea. But so that's our biggest problem. And the other biggest problem in Maratara is we have got an unusual high percentage of retired people, and we've got over 50% of iwi. And some of those iwi have come from the part of where eruption, where they evacuated the people down there. They are long-term residents. People in Maratara don't have much money. It is very poor town, which is why we attracted that funding to start with. So we've got issues.
Janine, you can see that I'm departing with process and protocol here because you've got 10 minutes. But under the status quo, it's only the people, those people in Maratara ratepayers who are suffering. Under a capital proposal going forward that's not well thought through, well costed, it will be those people who suffer again. So I'm going to take 2 or 3 more questions before we shut it off. So we've got Councillor. No, we're just done with this. I've got Councillor Nees and Councillor Crosby.
The Chairman, and I just have one piece, in terms of Councillor Winter's question, do we have the full support of our co-treaty relationship with this project? We do. Absolute. Ngāti Rangitihi is in full support of it. Ngāti Awa is in full support of it. Tūwhare is in support of it as well. I hear the other concerns you have throughout the district, and our Arohain support is there. And our primary responsibility in terms of this co-design is primarily for our people, first and foremost. If there are other opportunities in the future, we need to have those discussions. I think, Councillor, we haven't. The mandate that we have to speak to you today, in 2.5 years of us working collectively together with our community, with our marae, with our hapu, with our council. So it would be incorrect for us to say about, other opportunities. It could be that we could do that in the future. But at the moment, the mandate holds what we have now. And that's what happened last time. The project did not consult or engage properly with all our community, not just iwi, hapu, and marae, but the full community of Matatā. Today, for you, we're here with the full mandate of our people.
Very good.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Nees.
Thank you. Well, I've been on council since 2007, and this was a really big issue in my first term, and it was my biggest. It continues, and I don't believe anybody should have to live with sewage in their backyard. So, I am fully with you, but you must understand that we've been very burnt on sewage schemes. And this long-term plan, we have got such big asks for huge capital right across the region. So I guess my statement would be we need to see a detailed business case before we consider what we can do to help. And I guess my question to you is, big investment, and it will need to last a long time. And I am very conscious you've got a very sensitive receiving environment, you've got a very high water table, and we've got climate change increases. So it's the durability and the longevity of your design, I think, that I would be needing to be convinced of, because it's a very dynamic operating environment that we are moving into. So could you just give me a few words about how you've thought about the future and how sustainable a scheme like this will be 50 years from now?
So as part of the actual identification of land in terms of where we site the treatment plant and the disposal fields has undergone, we've built an entire GIS tool. That inside that tool there is about 27 different parameters that in essence once you lay out all the parameters, whether it's a technical parameter of how much slope and how we deal with climate change and how we deal with groundwater, cultural, we're 500 metres away from Marae, significant sites, other households, environmental, all of those factors are built in. The GIS tool then pretty much classifies and colours all the land, and we only go to the green, and the green land is because it meets all of those parameters that we've got. So all I can say is we've built a very robust tool to help us identify land. Alan Pattle, who is actually PDP and one of the directors of PDP, has been testing land up in Matata and said it's some of the best land he's ever seen for wastewater. So that was a really good thing to hear, considering Alan has been in the business for probably 40 years in terms of doing wastewater in New Zealand. So we've got a very, very good technical team behind all of us, and we've made sure that we've ticked all of those boxes in terms of the siting of the land for the treatment plant and disposal fields.
Crosby.
Look, thank you, and certainly acknowledge the partnership approach you're taking and the work you've done today. Personally, I've been involved in a few of these little things myself in a previous life, and one of the challenges is not so much finding the capital cost, which I say is relatively easy. It's the ongoing operational costs, including cost of finance, depreciation, all those other wonderful things you have to do under local government. Have you, in your current modelling, identified what those costs could be? And I'm not sure Whakatane District Council, if you spread it across the whole area or just across the catchment where it lies, So 2 questions.
So we're still doing.
Is that that must be a scary number as well?
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head, and I haven't got Bevan with me to help me with the number, but all of the operational costs are included in the long-term plan. At this point, we will be doing much more detailed funding modelling based on the business case. And so we'll still be able to do a bit more of that, and it will be part of the Whakatane equalised scheme. So therefore, it will be across all, except for Murupara, they're not included in the equalised scheme, but across all the rest of the district. The project will be funded and financed across that equalised scheme.
It makes it easier.
We've still got to work out the further detail in terms of how you actually then deliver that on the ground.
Right, last question to you, Gavin. You're excellent, but as part of the local water done well, there's an expectation that all local authorities will submit June 2025 comprehensive water plan as to how you're going to manage it. I don't know whether that's in Janine's brief, but what is your council's appetite to having meaningful engagement in terms of aggregation of other entities to give you scale in terms of both professional advice, professional execution of project management, and being able to access capital cost that would be lower than what you could do as a sole entity. That's this whole debate about scale governance of these wastewater entities. And similarly, you've seen the first one out of the block is water care in Auckland.
We've been discussing over the last few weeks, and our chief executive has been doing meaningful talks through the Bearers Forum and etc., which obviously you folk are part of, and take note of the fact that Tauranga and Western Districts have formed an alliance to get that quality of scale, and we have been briefed on the fact that they are also talking to Waikato. We are aware that Rotorua has backed out of it. We are talking with Potiki and Kawerau. Potiki and Kawerau, I think, feel that they're okay at the moment, And so we've been sort of left as a bridesmaid out to one side. But we are actively trying to pursue that because we are really aware that there's only 17,000 ratepayers in our district. And you look at all the small communities. Now, I know that Marata's red flagged, but if when talking to Terry Long and some of the previous experts, we know that Te Teko is orange flagged. That ain't far away. And then you actually look at all, like you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, Edgecombe, Taneatua, Whakatane, Hopi. We've got problems with only 70,000 ratepayers. We would love to join with anyone that would help us with the economy of scales. We're all for it. But everyone seems to be ducking and diving into their own relationships, and we would like to work with the Pōtiki and Kawerau, but I don't think there's any flavour there at the moment for them to join with us in the lots.
And it was a clear position in the infrastructure strategy as well, was looking at that other people.
Okay. Thanks, Janine. Thanks, Stephen. My friend there.
You said you dropped the protocol. I'll try not to breach your code. Hey, but our Aotearoa, before the rivers were taken straight out, used to be part of the harbour fund, like Whakatane Harbour Fund, and it all the funding went towards the port of Tauranga. So just want to remind you about that. We were a port.
Thank you, Timothy. Take a seat for a minute.
We're just gonna.
For a minute. Poroto. Poroto, sorry. You can say what you're going to say, but because our hui for the day has completed, I'll just ask you, Ms. Mana Whenua, to close our hui with the current hearing.
Kia ora, Mr. Chairman, councillors. I know it's not an easy thing to decide in terms of, you've got to action budget that you've been given to administer, and right throughout the whole of our district. But what I would say is that this group today has sort of the hearing have written in submissions that our community are reaching out to you, that we actually need our council needs made some good comments earlier. It's been on this table. It's been on our table for nearly 52 years or more, back in the 1960s. Times are changing, for the technology is changing. Politics, well, they continue to do what they do. What's important is that this is our opportunity to work in strength together. It's our opportunity to show that we can actually make a difference working alongside iwi, hapu, marae, and our communities, of course, and council. It took our community a long time to trust. A lot of that time that the period took when the process wasn't correct. It's all about tikanga, making sure that the process and the way we do things and the engagement and that, let your yes be your yes and your no be a no. That there's no agendas. We have no agendas as we come today. Councillors, we come because we're passionate about good quality health. Good quality health for our communities. We don't want our children to continue to be exposed to sewage. And that's happening. My daughter's in the Rangitihi Hangareo. And they are exposed to these sorts of negative, wastewater issues that if we get your support today, in whatever form that takes, our community, I know from my heart, will appreciate. We know that the questions you've put forward to us today are really good. The questions that motivate us to think beyond the parameters of what we've put forward to you today. We also looked at the bigger and higher sort of moral high ground. Yes, it's about for local, by local, for marae, by hapuiwi, but it is in essence, I suppose, the whole sort of what is the best quality in the regional council and in partnership with us in our communities that we can provide for everyone. right across the district. We believe that this project here will be a model of practice that this council can stand alongside us and say, yes, we've got the right project management team in. Yes, we've got all the iwi support behind us. Yes, we know that in the LTP presentations that we did, 99% of council backed us. I understand that. Was it 100%? Sorry, I stand corrected. So 100% of council stand behind us. So you are the most important council in the district because of the mandate and the governance and the responsibilities you have all our waterways. We present this today, absolute honesty to you. No agenda, just that we seek the best what's right for our communities. And on behalf of Ngāti Rangitihi, on behalf of Ngāti Awa, on behalf of Tupare Toa, ki Umatai and Tupare Toa ki Oni Ao, thank you so much. Through our chairman, through council and all the staff that are here to listen to our submission today. We wait with anticipation, sure, as you deliberate, as you do need to sit back, think about it, presentations, and also it comes down to the, as you said, Councillor Neers and others, it comes down, the chair, down to the gut. We have all these things that can be presented, but what is tika and what is not tika? What is the right thing to do in the best interest for us all? Nō reira, ka mutu rā waka kōrero ki reira. Tēnei ka mihi atu rā kia tātou. Nō reira, let us close with our prayer. E te atua nei mātou, tuka atu nei tēnei karakia whakamuimiti ki a koe, the creator, the source of all things. Ka mutu wā mātou kōrero ki konei. I roto i tēnei whare. The backbone of our house, toi moana. Whakamuimititia ngā māngai o tēnei whari e o rātou mahi ki te ata whakaaro, ki te ata whakarite, he hara ngā painga mo te katoa o ngā iwi hapu marae me ngā hapuri katoa. And we know, Lord, that we pray that the councillors have a huge job that's why we've voted them in there, Lord. That's why we trust them to make the best decision for all of us. And we give thanks for their deliberations and their skills and their ability today as we leave them to think a direction forward for all of us. Korera katuka atura, tēnei karakia kia koe. E tō mātou e te rangi, kia tapu tō ingoa, kia tai mai tō rangatira kia metia tā wepaia e ki runga i te whenua, kia rite anō ki tō te rangi. O mai kia mātou hae nei, he taro mo mātou mo tēnei rā, moro o mātou hara, me mātou ki e muru nei o te hunga e harara ki mātou. Ka o ki mātou e kawea ke whakawaia, engari whakaorangi a mātou i te kino. Nō hoki i te rangatiratanga, te kaha me te kororia, ake. E te tipua mai e te tapito, mai e te kāwi o ngāri ki, mutu ngā mahi o toi moana, ka puta tātou ki te whai au ki te ao marama. Tūturu, whakamau ai kia tīna. Mr. Chairman, kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillors, we're adjourned till 9:30 in the morning at